Recording in progress.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the May 10th, 2022 meeting of the Hercules City Council. It is now 7:02 and I'm calling the meeting to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Grimsley.
Present.
Councilmember Kelly.
Present.
Councilmember Romero.
Present.
Vice Mayor Walker Griffin.
Present.
Mayor Bailey.
Present. Next item on the agenda is reports from closed session. We didn't have a closed session this evening, so we're on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Kelly, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a moment of silence. We don't have one this evening, so we'll move on to introductions and presentations and commission reports. The first item on that is a proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Proclamation reads, whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is observed in May to celebrate and pay tribute to the contributions of Asian and Pacific American history, culture, and achievements. Whereas, by recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander men and women, we celebrate the importance of inclusion in building a brighter future. And whereas, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders enrich our history, society, and culture as leaders across many industries. And whereas, we acknowledge the additional determination, hard work, and perseverance Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders must put forth to be heard and seen. These additional efforts are a result of inequitable institutional and systemic injustices. And whereas, since the COVID-19 pandemic, many Asian Americans have faced heightened fear of increased rates of anti-Asian harassment and violence. And whereas, the City of Hercules encourages all residents to learn more about Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage and to work to combat racism and xenophobia through cultural events, educational activities. And whereas, the Hercules community has benefited through the cultural richness, diversity, generosity of its local Asian Americans and Pacific Islander residents. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Dion Bailey, Mayor of the City of Hercules, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize May 2022 to be Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Hercules. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Hercules to be affixed this 10th day of May, 2022. And the next item on the agenda, under introductions and presentations, is from the Hercules Library. Mr. City Manager.
Have presentation.
Hey, please come to the podium.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. It's nice to be here representing the library. I'm very happy to see all of you. This is my presentation honoring the library and library services for National Library Week, which was in April. But for us, it's always a good time for the library, so I'm happy to share all the good stuff that we've been doing. And thank you to Mayor Bailey, the City Council. I have to tell you that one of my favorite parts of this job this year has been when you read the proclamation for National Library Week in April and everyone talked about why they loved the library, because I love it, it's beautiful, and I'm happy to share it with everybody. So come visit us. So as you know, libraries, librarians, and library workers play an essential role in transforming lives and strengthening communities. National Library Week was our chance to recognize that and those who work there for all that they do. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to do is share a little bit about where we've been over the past year and give you some numbers on the library and the people we've reached on the things that we've been doing. The theme was Connect with Your Library, which promotes the idea that libraries are places to connect to technology and computers, digital access, broadband, but we also connect people to others and to their communities, and that's what we are striving to do, particularly as we are completely open, starting programming again and welcoming everybody back into the library. So in this slide, what you're seeing are the numbers. We had a huge increase as we pivoted last year in the pandemic to ebooks, e-audiobooks, and digital assets. In 2020, we had almost 1.5 million almost Overdrive ebook checkouts, which was a big record for us. You can get tons of ebooks, e-audiobooks. We can help you with that. You can download them to Kindle and to read them just on your book or on your device. They are really wonderful. So we added more, and we saw huge increases in the use of our online offerings like LinkedIn Learning, New York Times Online, and East Bay Times Online. So all of these things you have access to for free with your library card. We also have free Wi-Fi, so you can come to the library at any time and do some quiet studying and just get on our free Wi-Fi. Next slide. Thank you. We pivoted and had wonderful virtual events as well. And this was a great way, as we can see kind of from this hybrid event tonight where we're on Zoom and in person. We really appreciated being able to reach out to people, and we really met people across the world and other countries and all over Hercules. So we were very excited about that. In addition to our traditional library services, we had a variety of online programs for people of all ages. We worked with the Port Chicago 50 group, talking about the naval disaster that was right up the street in our own backyard. We had all sorts of exploratory series for children, COVID vaccine Q&A forums, so informational, story time, programs in all sorts of different languages, and just things that we thought that people would want to come out and get from their local library. Next, please. These are some more of our digital resources. We have, again, Coursera. We have things like LinkedIn Learning. We have a program, BrainFuse, that offers free online tutoring, and it offers resume help. You can upload papers and get feedback for your school. We really wanted to make sure that we were meeting the need for people in the digital age and that you were able to come in and get what you needed. Next, please. And we increased open hours. So across the county, we added 121 extra hours at different branches, 17, including Hercules. Thanks to the City Council, we are now open 46 hours per week and open till 8 p.m. 3 nights per week. And several branches are launching or continuing to provide meal and produce services where you can come up and pick up free meals. We expanded from our just lunch at the library in the summer to providing free meals year-round, meeting that needs. So lots of libraries, you're able to go and get that, and addition to the extra open hours. Next, please. And then I wanted to share, next one, this is the food produce. Share specifically about Hercules. So I know we are a library and we have all sorts of things going, but these were the top 3 most checked out books last year. So we had James Patterson, Deadly Cross, that was the adult checked out book. For teens, it was 13 Reasons Why. I think there's a movie coming, hence the resurge in popularity. And then for children, the ever popular Diary of a Wimpy Kid series, specifically The Meltdown. So take from that what you will. Next, please. At Hercules, we have spent really considerable heartfelt time refreshing our African American collection, which you might know it's unique to Hercules Library, and it was premiered with the library when it opened in 2006. So it features own voices, books by African American across all genres. We have sci-fi, fiction, nonfiction, graphic novels, titles for teens, adults, and children. We are continually refreshing it, and we'd love for you to come by and check it out. And the fun fact that I love to share with this, did you know Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is an author? He has written nonfiction for children and for adults. And my personal favorite shown here, he's written a mystery series based on the Sherlock Holmes. It's Mycroft and Sherlock, featuring Sherlock's brother Mycroft and his Trinidadian partner in crime, Douglas. So we truly have something for everyone, and we're trying to highlight this section and let people know that it's there for them to borrow and to be inspired by. And next, we're going to be highlighting graphic novels. And this week is actually Free Comic Book Week, so you can come by the library, get free comic books for across all ages, some swag. We've got buttons, we've got virtual programs, so lots of good stuff going on this week, too. Next, please. Since we reopened, some of the things that we've done, we renamed the Story Cone the Starry Cone. That's the picture with the rocket ship. That is the room in the children's area that is specifically for children. It's very tactile. You can come and play and read quiet stories in there. So we are working on that, and the foundation is supporting us to add another star. Those stars are also specific to Hercules. They're created just for our library and our Starry Cone. We had the MLK program this year. It was a virtual program, but we had on-site crafts for children, including in our Sky Garden. We had Doves of Peace, where you could come and write your message of peace and put it on the tree, and we're going to leave those up for a very long time because they're beautiful and inspiring. Let's see, next, please. We've also partnered with Contra Costa County Supervisor Federal Glover and Hercules Mayor Dion Bailey and the City Council to provide free COVID-19 test kits. And so the next time you come, you can come get those. We actually have some more that are there this week from the county, so we have free test kits, but that was a wonderful partnership. We've worked with the Senior Center and Contra Costa Food Bank on in-person outreach events, giving library swag to the seniors and to the food bank people. We have a free seed library, so you can come by and get free seeds from the library anytime you want. Update your garden. And we have all sorts of fun things to go with it, like seed bombs, which are little balls you throw into the garden and water, and they turn into flowers. And we continue to partner with Parks and Rec. Our next partnership is going to be on putting story walks up for the 3 Friday Family and Fun free movie nights this summer. So you can come by and see some story walks with the family movies this summer. And then my final piece, when you get to questions, is some news that I know Council Mayor Kelly will be interested in. We're going to be bringing up story time in person again this summer starting June 1st. So you can come back. We're going to have story time on Wednesday evenings, 5:30 to 6. We're going to start there and just kind of see how it goes and add more as necessary. And we're also going to be bringing in-person programs back for adults. June we've dedicated to 3 different things. We're planning a huge celebration for Pride, for Philippine Independence Day, and also for Juneteenth. So thank you for your support. Come back to the library, enjoy all the wonderful things, and I am open for questions. Comments?
Sorry, I was taking notes on the events that were going on. Sorry. Yes, any comments from council? Councilmember Kelly?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation and the update on the library. You know, I come in there almost every Saturday to drop off books and pick up books. I still read books in Deadwood.
Good.
I
We
like them.
this.
It's nice to know that you not only have the LinkedIn Learning, but also the Wall Street Journal online. That's kind of an expensive subscription, so I'm glad we can get that there. And I'm really looking forward to the in-person events. Glad to know you're going to have Philippine Independence Day back. That's wonderful, plus the other 2 events. So very, very exciting. I really consider our library, you know, a center of the community where a lot of people can gather from all different walks of life. So Thank you very much. Thanks for the update.
Thank you. We do too, and that's why it's really wonderful to be able to finally bring people back in and have some of those programs that you were all used to and make them big and celebratory. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Walker Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Peterson, for swinging by again. And just thank you for everything that the library offers. You know, even some of the more unrecognized services, just being a place for people to escape from home. I think if there's one thing the pandemic has really perpetrated, it's keeping people confined in spaces that ordinarily they wouldn't be comfortable in. And so to have a place where people can be safe, learn, and just have access to the internet, and along with providing meals and other different services, is something that I know I definitely appreciate, and I know that other people out there appreciate. So thank you for your service to the community. And in addition to that, I'm happy to know that Greg Heffley is somehow still around with Diary of a Wimpy Kid years after I've been in elementary school. So any way that we can help out, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's never ending. And on that note, I just want to add too that it's really become a lovely place. There's lots of areas where you can come and study. We have outlets you can plug in, hang out all day, and we still do have the conference rooms or the study rooms that you can book for up to an hour of quiet study by yourself. So,
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Allison, thank you for being here and seeing you in person. So the electronic books that you download for your Kindle, do you get those for a week, 10 days, 3 weeks?
It's still the same 21-day checkout period. And what's nice about the electronic books is that you do have different options. You can download them to Kindle. You can use Overdrive, Libby, which is the app that the library partners with. And also, in a pinch, you can just open up a browser window on your device and read it straight online without an app. So those are amazing. And they auto-return themselves, so you never have to worry about late books.
And so for the children's reading, so when will the mayor be there then?
That's to be determined. We're gonna invite everybody over there to do some special story times. And we actually, for our Juneteenth reading, we're going to have a local author, Felicia Lang, who writes these books about Tay, who's a cute little boy, and he's gonna come over, and Felicia's gonna do a story time guest with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the mayor and two mayors actually got to miss the Splashalooza, but I guess we can count on Mayor Bailey for being there for the reading then, right?
Maybe for Halloween with some dress up. We'll keep that in mind.
Work that out,
Thank you
yes.
very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Grimsley.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. Allison, always so nice to see you. Thank you for your presentation this evening. You know, I always say that the community library here in Hercules was one of the big draws for me when we were choosing to move here in 2013. But what I really love under your leadership, Allison, is that you keep things fresh and you always have new activities and events, and you communicate them very well to the public at large. And I'm always excited that, you know, there are things for all age groups, from young children to teens to adults. And there are special sections of the library that, you know, you can be more secluded. I know over near where the African American book selections are, it's a very secluded little area for those who, you know, maybe want to avoid some of the public walking through. My son likes the teen area after school with his friends. Sometimes it involves books. Sometimes it's just hanging out. But you know, it's a nice, safe place. So as a parent, I feel very comfortable knowing that, you know, he's spending time with friends in a place designed for learning, but also community engagement. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you. And I did forget to add, we also have a special book art project going on through mid-June. We're working with the local artist Tatiana Ortiz. Our children and teens librarian recommended books to Tatiana, and she designed take-home craft projects inspired by those books. So there's a different one every 2 weeks. You can come and get them and take them home and have some fun.
May I just add that Tatiana was previously a Hercules resident.
Oh, and she still loves the library. That's why she came back this way and gave her grant funds to us. So, okay.
I think we've heard lots of thank yous. I think the library is a great third place for our residents. And when I go through, you see all age groups. You see the seniors up near the front, close to the bookstore. And as you go deeper in, you get your different age groups. So I'm grateful for the service that you guys provide. I'm grateful that we've had this partnership for so long. Are your numbers back to what they were? I know after school you couldn't get in there.
Not quite after school yet.
Okay.
The numbers are going up. I can actually give you more information on that next week. We're doing a hourly door count this week to just kind of see where the numbers are. We have anecdotally a good number of people coming through. They're not pre-pandemic numbers yet.
Okay, we can strive though, right? We can aim
Exactly.
for it. All right. Well, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is agenda additions or deletions. Mr. City Manager, do we have any additions or deletions?
No, not tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Public communications. If anyone from the audience would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, or actually even if it's on the agenda, if you want to speak, you're welcome to do so.
Mayor Bailey, we do have 2 speaker cards. If you'd like, we can start with Phil Simmons.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Simmons, if you can press your mic button there. Thank you so much.
Right here. Anyway, thank you for your service for the city. I, for one, really appreciate it. I'm going to make one comment that I hope you don't take from my 3 minutes about the library. For those that don't know it, one of the things that she mentioned was Libby. Not only can you download books to your Kindle, but you can also download Audible books. in my daily walks around the city, I've managed to listen to all of the Iliad, all of the Odyssey, all 7 of Asimov's trilogy of the Foundation, if that makes sense, amongst several dozen, if not 100 other books, and it's an awesome tool. You just listen and walk, and the day goes by. The reason I'm here is that I want to speak at our part of our meeting later, but in the course of trying to figure out what was going to happen on the agenda today, one of the things I discovered, and I brought it up with City Hall, is that this meeting, in its notification, was not properly noticed as being in the council chambers. If you look at the city's website and at its calendar, you'll see that the last meeting that was here said council chambers as the location. The next 3 meetings said or says council chambers for the location. But this meeting says that it's a Zoom meeting with nothing defining it beyond that. On top of that, the agenda itself says is the same way. It shows as a Zoom meeting. Now, it's a minor detail. I asked to check and see if the meeting couldn't be postponed, and that was in part to be a little troublesome, because I'd like to see some trouble stirred about one of our subjects later tonight. But really, the main reason speaks for itself. You're about to go into a discussion, a public hearing, not just you guys talking, but a public hearing of what is probably the most consequential thing that this council will do in their term. And as consequential as that is, you have been talking about it in some measure for the past 2 years. So it's not like a new thing. It's been a known condition. And without a public announcement, and not just an announcement on for the agenda itself, but something far broader than that, what you end up with in a public hearing of that importance and consequence is a coming out of the public, and here it is. It speaks for itself. You're going into one of the most important things you can do, and this is your audience, and this is your public. Maybe there's a few here on Zoom, but as far as this council meeting goes, we're it. I can remember 12 years ago when this city had what seemed like a legal, thank you, Patrick, way to establish meetings. It was before Patrick's time. And the councils did their dead level least to meet the letter of the law, and they did meet the letter of the law, and the meetings looked like this. We can't let that happen again. You have a responsibility as a council and as City Hall to engage the public, and this is obviously not being done. And I'm asking you to think a little bit about that and try to make a difference in how we move forward with what's going to be the big decisions you guys make on the Charter City discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have a second speaker card?
I do. Before we move on to Mr. Myers, I just want to confirm, did you want to wait until item 11.3 on the public hearing? Okay. And now I'll check in with our Zoom attendees.
Thank you.
If you'd like to make a public comment joining us from Zoom, please use the raise hand icon or dial *9 if you're dialing in from your telephone. Giorgio Cosentino, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Hello. I'm Giorgio Cosentino, resident of Hercules for 15 years. And just wanted to quickly say I concur with Mr. Simmons' assessment of this meeting with such an important discussion regarding the Charter City proposal that I would like to see the City Council do more to maximize the attention that this topic needs to get and to pull in more of the citizenry. This does look concerning And I don't know how many people are on the Zoom meeting, but anyway, let's try to do better because we need maximum participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Moto, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I concur with Mr. Simmons and Mr. Cosentino's comments. Honorable Mayor Bailey, honorable City Council members, my name is Dr. D. Yamamoto, two-time former chair of the Finance Commission, former chair and current commissioner of the Community, Library, and Services Commission. I have served as your pro bono legal counsel attorney at the Senior Center for the last 11 years. I have been a Herculean for 30 years and have been actively involved in community service for 20 years. I am here to ask you to please consider holding town hall meetings, meetings with HOAs, possibly setting up advisory commissions to inform our fellow Herculeans about issues such as Charter City and the real property transfer tax. We have 28,000 Herculeans, and I am sure most are unaware of these critical issues. These are issues that are too important to be rushed. You have not been provided with any surveys or polling information on these vital topics. I am certain that none of you want to be accused of not being transparent and not properly informing your constituents or not doing your job as our elected officials. Please take the necessary time to properly educate, inform, and receive the necessary feedback from your Hercules residents. After this prudent and wise course of action, I believe that only then can you make informed and sound decisions should you wish to proceed. Transparency is critical. Thank you.
Sue Preco, go ahead.
Thank you. For over 9 years, I've been involved in taxpayer advocacy and outreach. I lived in Hercules for 26 years, but I currently live a distance away, though I continue to serve on the board of Contra Costa Taxpayers Association in an advisory capacity. I am pleased that the other members that have spoken in public comment thus far are of the same mind as I, that I believe that the Charter City issue should not proceed forward tonight. I'm still here. I was unmuted. What happened?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm not sure where I was actually cut off, but I will say that this is about transparency and honesty and openness in government. And those are not easy topics to just float along the public and hope they catch on, especially over the last 2 years with COVID being a concern. I'm sure a lot of people have been kind of shut out of what's going on in their local government. I'll be speaking a little bit later on more particulars of that, but my concerns are greatly about public information and that I do not believe the council has made a whole lot of effort to reach the community about this. I did bring that up with a council member and I was told, well, no decisions have been made. But I think anybody who is involved in any sort of community activism knows that once the council makes a decision, the ball's already rolling. And that's too late for public input. That's letting the horse after the cart. Letting the horse out of the barn and then closing the door. So anyway, that's all I want to say at this point is that I really am disappointed that the council has not made a bigger deal out of this for the public and asked for more public input. The City of Hercules residents deserve it, and they need to demand it. Thank you.
William Henderson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First off, I'd just like to say my father was a librarian 42 years at the New York Public Library, passed away April 9th, which I find fitting that that was the last day of Library Week. Having been a library brat, I really love that this meeting led up to the top with the library and how it could be a force for change and connection in the community. And it's something we could take advantage of, particularly when we talk about charter city and versus general law cities. Just to add, it's not a small difference. And the revenue generation can be quickly absorbed when you consider all the differences it brings with regards to all the following areas: creation, discontinuance of government departments, protection of the environment, health, safety, welfare of persons, property within its boundaries, licensing of businesses and occupations, acquisition and management of real and personal property, authorization of benefit assessments for local improvements, membership and composition of the legislative body. This is a lot to consider and think about. And as only a town of only 28,000 people, the thing is, you know, if it's not broke, do we really need to fix this? And is any like revenue that we generate from this get quickly soaked up by all the differences and changes in how we have to do things? I don't think there's been a fair amount of work to have done that. And the other thing is too, I mean, having been a resident here just recently, 2018, noticed that, you know, housing prices have gone up. There's been a lot of transfer of homes already within the vicinity of Hercules. I'm not sure how that impacts our tax rolls. If I were to just do the back of the napkin, I would say there's a 20 to 30% bump in tax revenue. So I'm not sure that the shortfall that they're projecting actually is a shortfall. So I was going to leave my comments to the end when you presented it, but after hearing Mr. Simmons, Ms. Yamamoto, Ms. Rico, you know, I just figured I'd share my 2 cents of this too. I feel that this needs quite a bit more unpacking and deliberation, and I advocate for doing it with the library as a place to share all the information with people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
And that will end public comment.
Thank you. I just had a question for council. There was a comment that perhaps there was a problem with the way this was noticed. Could you provide some input?
Yes, I can address that issue. The agenda meets all legal requirements. There's nothing deficient about the agenda the way it's published from a legal perspective, and it meets Brown Act requirements. I say that because on the first page of the agenda, it clearly states the location is 111 Civic Drive. On page 2 of the agenda at the top, it does provide information regarding meeting procedures and where to view meetings. It also has a reference to the website. And at the end of the agenda, it does talk about what to do if you want to attend in person, if you want to attend via Zoom, and so forth. Now, that said, staff will definitely take a look at this and see if there's any way we can make things clearer going forward. The agenda is kind of a living document. It is changed over time, and especially with Zoom, we've had to make a lot of additions and changes. So it could probably be clearer, but it's there for the purposes of meeting legal requirements.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Tang. Okay, seeing no other comments from the public for this portion of the agenda, we will move on to public hearings. The first public hearing is a military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy. This is our second time having this conversation, and I will open the public hearing and turn it over to staff. Looks like the chief's on his way to the podium.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you're right. This is the second time that I've been up here for this topic. On September 30th of 2021, the governor signed AB 481 into law, creating Government Code Section 7070, requiring all California law enforcement agencies to gain approval through an ordinance process of a military equipment policy, and to begin that process no later than May 1st of 2022. At the regular council meeting of April 26th of 2022, the council approved a resolution directing staff to begin the governing process, approval process in accordance with AB 481, and directed staff to return with an ordinance complying with all the AB 481 mandates regarding military equipment funding, acquisition, and use. Military equipment for the purposes of AB 481 is defined by the legislature in 15 categories, of which Hercules Police Department possesses equipment that qualify under 7 of those categories. Additionally, one other category where we don't actually possess the equipment, but the officers use it when they're working with or training with the countywide mobile field task force. The draft policy and qualifying equipment list has been continuously posted on the city's website since March 24th of 2022. So like many other agencies in California, Hercules contracts with Lexipol LLC to provide policy manual, policy sections, guidance, training bulletins. And Lexipol has provided Hercules PD with a policy section that complies with all the provisions of AB 481. Hercules made some Hercules-specific edits to the policy, and it's our position that policy now is acceptable and should be approved. So staff is recommending that the City Council view and adopt the ordinance approving the policy. In compliance with AB 481, the draft policy lists each type of equipment in our possession, the quantity, its capabilities, lifespan, and description, the purpose and authorized use, and the costs associated with the equipment. Policy also describes the legal and procedural rules, the prerequisite training, and the process for filing a complaint specific to the use of that equipment. The new government code states that you, as the governing body, may only approve the policy if you determine all of the following to be correct: that the equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative to achieve the same objective. The proposed policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The equipment is cost effective, and currently possessed equipment complied with the policy that was in place at the time, or corrective actions were taken to remedy non-conforming equipment. The policy that we're proposing complies with all 4 of these mandates. Additionally, the policy requires that the police department present annually a report to the City Council. Additionally, a report in a separate forum to the public, allowing for public feedback on any use of the equipment and any new equipment that is desired to be purchased. It also requires the council to reaffirm the approval of the policy annually at that meeting. So at this time, staff is recommending waiving the first reading and introducing the ordinance adopting Hercules Police Department Policy Section 709, military equipment acquisition, funding, and use. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Chief Bowden. Does the council have any questions? Councilman Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through the attorney, I guess We read the first reading tonight, which is May 10th, but the ordinance would actually take effect in 30 days then?
This is an ordinance, and it would require a second reading. Typically, an ordinance would go into effect even after passage on second reading, 30 days after that final passage.
Second reading. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Walker Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Similar to my comments that I made just a couple weeks ago in terms of operational security and ensuring that the department has integrity over its equipment and its inventory, how descriptive does this have to be, say, if you're purchasing a new set of M4s, M17s, whatever the case may be, in terms of the dates that they arrive? Do you have to provide that notice saying, hey, we just had some M17 show up at the door, or is that sort of something that's a little bit more private? Because, again, my concern is somebody getting this information and using it against us.
That's an excellent question, Vice Mayor. And my understanding is that I have to come to you before I can even purchase it, describe the equipment, its purpose, use, the training required, everything that I just read off. It doesn't say anything about telling you or anybody else when we're going to acquire it. We just have to have your approval before we can even attempt to acquire it.
Understood. And just so one more little bit of clarification. So even that would apply for something like OC spray, which has a lifespan. I don't know how often it's being used by the department, but should something expire, you have to buy a couple more canisters, the same process would happen?
The OC canisters that we carry on an everyday basis are not part of this policy. If we needed to replace the canisters that we can launch with a projectile, then yes, we would have to go through this process.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public, whether online or in the chamber?
Looking to our public in the audience. Going to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use your raise hand icon or dial *9. Carol Most, go ahead. Carol, can you hear us?
Oh, hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I don't, is it my turn to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I'm actually, I concur with all the other speakers because I'm one of those people actually that don't know much about this charter city, and I was actually taken by surprise. But my comments almost seem a little bit insignificant, but they're important to me. And
if I might, I'm sorry to interrupt. To the speaker, we're not actually discussing that agenda item yet, and we want to make sure that we include your comments in the public record. So we want to make sure you're speaking during that public hearing, and that will be coming up in 2 more items on your agenda.
Mean the comments that I spoke to Lauren about?
It sounds like you were speaking to the Charter City item, which is later.
No, that wasn't my comment, but I just happened to be at this meeting and listening to the previous comments. I agree with it because I just wanted to put that out there, but no,
Okay.
My comments are regarding the trees in the neighborhood and the traffic. Now, I don't know if this is the time to do that.
I believe she missed public comment time. If you would like to make an exception, or if you'd like to.
I think, Ms. Most, why don't we put you back, and then we'll finish this, because we have a public hearing that's open right now. We'll finish the comment, and then we can address, if we make a special exception, we'll do that after this part. So, Ms. Most, we're going to put you back on mute, and then we'll call on you shortly. So,
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. At this point, we're looking for any additional public comments, perhaps on Zoom, that may be related to this particular agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. William Henderson, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Just a quick comment, Chief, just recognizing your extraordinary effort and good stewardship of the Hercules Police Department. doing a great job, at least from my perspective, and really, really blessed to have made an investment in Hercules and benefit from your professionalism and just who you are. So thank you.
And that will end public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll go back to council for discussion. Any comments or discussion items with council? Okay, I will just say thank you to the chief for the updated report, and I did learn some stuff with Vice Mayor's question. So whenever we have something that's purchased, it will come back apparently to council per the ordinance and the law, and then we'll have a chance, I guess, to review and discuss that as it comes forward. With that, I think I'll close the public hearing, and then we will see if we have a motion for the ordinance. Councilmember Romero.
Mr. Mayor, I would motion that we waive the first reading and motion that we adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hercules adopting Hercules Police Department Policy 709, Military Equipment Funding, Acquisition and Use.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Romero, seconded by Vice Mayor Walker Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so motion carries 5-0. Okay. The next public hearing is for AB 1276, single-use plastics reduction enforcement requirements. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be presenting the report this evening. On April 26th, at your regular council meeting, we had a discussion regarding AB 1276 and what the implications are for the city. At the direction of the council, staff is back this evening with a draft ordinance for your approval. The draft ordinance comports with the direction from council, which was to adopt the bare minimum requirements as regards enforcement, with the notion that the council will consider additional measures to address the issue in the future. But the intent was to get something on the books by the time required under the law and then move forward from there. So just as a recap and for the benefit of the public, AB 1276 was signed into law on October 5th, 2021. It prohibits dispensing of single-use plastics and condiment items by food service establishments unless those items are requested by the customer. And it further mandates that cities adopt an enforcement mechanism by June 1st, 2022. The enforcement mechanism in the draft ordinance that's being provided adheres to the requirements that's in AB 1276. So it's a lower fine schedule from what we have for our administrative citations. And that's the threshold the council wanted to start with. So you'll see that reflected in the ordinance that's in the packet before you here tonight. With that, we will meet the enforcement deadline, the requirements, assuming that the council were to pass this ordinance on second reading at the next council meeting. And with that, I'll take any questions from staff.
Thank you.
From the council.
So we have an open public hearing. Any questions from council? Looks like Councilmember Kelly has her finger on the mic.
No, I would just say that I think it's a good idea to just start off with the minimum, and let's see how that works. And then if council at some point in the future wants to bring this back and make any changes, we can do so. So I'm fine with this ordinance as is.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Councilmember Grimsley.
I'm in agreement with Councilmember Kelly. I think we have already become accustomed to seeing a reduced number of businesses offering items like straws or even, serving water without requesting it. And so I think it takes time for people to adapt to these big changes. And so I think starting off at this level allows people to become accustomed to not being given disposable items all the time or using. I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who doesn't agree that there is an extensive use of disposable items, that we have a lot of waste in our environment and its impact on the environment at large. But change can be difficult, change can be hard, and I think if we modulate that a little bit, it makes it easier for everyone, and we still, in the end, get the desired outcome of the reduction of waste.
Thank you, Councilmember Grimsley. Any other questions? Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kang, thank you for bringing this. I understand the use, the procedure of trying to get rid of plastics, and I was hoping that we would add some language to at least show that in 1 year we were going to start mandating that a business not have plastics, plastic straws, plastic hardware, and I think we're sort of missing that. The language talks about it in the ordinance, but I was hoping we would get a deadline on it. I understand about simplicity, but if we go ahead and bookmark this to talk about it next year, then the businesses are going to say, oh, well, we need more time. So if we at least wrote it in now that effective July 1st, 2023, that you cannot hand out plastics, they have to be more environmentally sensitive, I think that would allow ample time to any business to incorporate, get rid of what they have in stock, and start looking to move to a more environmental friendly product. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Romero. Councilmember Kelly?
Yeah, so Councilmember Romero's point, so what you're saying is a year from now, or more than a year from now, that a business could not pass out utensils that were plastic, but they could pass out utensils that were recyclable, like we see in some other cities. Is that correct? And sometimes you can buy them in the store. And that would give the businesses enough time, let's say at least 14 months, to go through their current stock of plastics, and then they would be required to get the disposable utensils. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'd like. Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, that would be knives, forks, spoons. Would that also include plates and bowls?
Yes. Well, first of all, the city code says no styrofoam, so plates should be paper plates, so that's recyclable. So, but I think this is mainly geared towards condiments, which are aluminum wrap. I don't know how that'll take place in the future, but it allows us to incorporate what we've been wanting to do for years and remove straws out of the circulation in the city of Hercules and go to a more environmentally safe utensil.
Remove straws and then use recyclable knives, forks, and spoons. Is that right?
That would be correct.
Well, I would be okay with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. I'd like us to move forward. First of all, thank you to staff for the report with the way we discussed it at the last meeting, which is to move forward the way it is. I think there's cost associated with that. When I talk to the chamber, members of the chamber, they say that cost impacts them. So I think there's nothing wrong with moving in that direction, but we should first know what the costs are. I have seen bamboo spoons. I've seen paper straws, which I don't find to be very effective, I have to say, but I'm not a restaurateur. But I think we should just reach out and just see how those impact them. So I think we should move forward as we discussed the last meeting. We have opportunities to have those conversations with our partners, the restaurants, that so many of our residents have asked us to work harder at attracting to our town. And then we can come back and vote on it again as we discussed previously. So with that, do we have a motion?
Mayor Bailey?
Councilmember Grimsley?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt.
May I interject? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we didn't get to do public comment. I apologize. I'm sorry, Councilmember Grimsley.
Hang on just 1 second. Looking to our audience members first, would you like to make a public comment? And looking to our Zoom attendees tonight, if you'd like to make a public comment on AB 1276, please use the raise hand icon. That will end public comment.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Councilmember Grimsley.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance of the Council of the City of Hercules, adding Title 5, Chapter 12, Section 51201 to 51206 to the Hercules Municipal Code regulating single-use foodware, accessories, and standard condiments.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Grimsley, seconded by Vice Mayor Walker Griffin. Any discussion? Mr. Mayor?
So can we get clarification on section 5-12-3B? Because I think the last time we talked about that had language in that would restrict plastic use, and wanted some clarification on that.
Through the mayor, can you give me the citation again?
I'm sorry, it was 5-12-03B is in Bravo. And I think that's page 43 of our agenda item.
Okay, so I have found the section you're referring to. Your question is what?
Well, does this language in here, the single-use foodware accessories, last meeting we sort of touched on this, and I think you alluded to that this took care of all plastic hardware without having a date on it?
Yes, this is an inclusive definition, I believe. Is there anything that you think
Well,
could
I
or should
just want
be added?
clarification that the definition right now precludes plastic then.
Precludes plastic.
It doesn't allow plastic use for straws, cups.
It does not preclude plastic.
All right.
It would, if it's a single-use item, regardless of,
Okay.
it would fall under the definition.
I would just ask through the mayor if I can add a friendly amendment to the motioner to include non-use of plastics effective July 1st, 2023.
Okay, I thought that was previously discussed, but Councilmember Grimsley, do you accept the amendment? So you motioned as it was. When we had discussion, we said no. I think was the kind of consensus there. And then
Mr. Mayor, you said no, but not two other people said no.
Okay, so
That's why
Councilmember Grimsley.
I'd like to hear from fellow council.
Mr. Mayor, I think we should keep it as is. I know restaurants are pretty in touch with the state. I mean, they're just going to have to follow it anyways. And I think that just pushing it out further is just going to make things harder. And then another thing is, too, that we have to keep in mind is the more we push this date out, the more people are going to increase their inventory, which is just going to make it harder for them to phase out of it anyways, which is why I think we should keep the original motion.
Okay. So I think that was, the original motion stands. I'm going to turn to our parliamentarian for that. Parliamentarian.
And I just want to make sure we're all understanding the same thing here. For that section that Councilmember Romero cited, what it means is, regardless of what it is, and what it's made of, plastic or whatever, you can't offer it to the customer unless they ask for it. It's not a ban, however. And what Councilmember Romero is proposing is a ban on use of plastics to go into effect at a later date. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Mayor Bailey, with all due respect to Councilmember Romero, I'd like to keep the motion as is. And I'd like for us as council to, perhaps as we discussed earlier, come back at a later date to discuss it in full, any changes to the ordinance.
Okay, so we have the original motion by Councilmember Grimsley. It was seconded by the Vice Mayor. We did have discussion. I think the next we'll do is do a vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries 5-0. And that closes that public hearing out. We have additional public hearing, and I'm just turning to the page. Give me a second. Next public hearing is to discuss or to hear public hearing regarding possible charter city measure for the November 8th general election. So again, that's a public hearing regarding possible charter city measure for the November 8th general election. May we have the staff report, please?
For this item, we have Special Counsel Ben Fay, who will be delivering the report. He's going to be available through Zoom, and I'll ask the city clerk if she can get him geared up to present.
Ben, are you able to unmute yourself? Good. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is the first hearing on a proposal to adopt a charter and for the City of Hercules. Of course, that has to be approved by the voters of Hercules. So the first step is to hold this hearing to hear public input, consider it, consider what you might want a charter to look like if you want to move forward with one. And then there'll be a following hearing in 30 days, a minimum, for further hearing. And then 3 weeks after that, at the earliest, you can decide whether or not you want to put it to the voters of Hercules at the November general election. This, of course, is something that's been being discussed for a while. And tonight, again, what's very important, this is not a night to make any decision on this. It's really to consider and to hear if the public has any input, and of course, to answer any questions that you may have about the pros and cons of going forward with this proposal. As mentioned in the staff report, driving force behind this is the ability to also ask the voters to increase the real property transfer tax, which is limited by state law for general law cities. Charter cities, among the various powers they have, one is to have a higher, with voter approval, a higher real property transfer tax. And that would be specifically one of the reasons behind going forward with this. One charter that has been attached as an exhibit, which has been discussed before, is the charter of the city of Emeryville, which is very limited to just revenue matters, particularly taxes, assessments, and a real property transfer tax. Other charters, more broadly, will deal with things like the structure of government, other charter powers, but the example here is very specific and limited only to revenues, taxes, and assessments. That's a very brief overview of it. I'd be happy to discuss more about what are the extent of the charter powers, what more procedurally will be happening. I'm here to answer any questions like that.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. I think we'll turn back to council with questions. Oh, yes.
If possible, I'd like to answer some of the questions that came up in public comment.
Okay.
So when the contract was approved with Lou Edwards, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Great, thank you. So when the contract was approved with Lou Edwards, we included a schedule, an outreach schedule that provided the public with multiple bites at the apple. Just like our attorney said, there are this meeting, then there's a meeting in June 14th, and then there's another meeting, all opportunities for the public to make comments and inform the council. In between those meetings, we've done some kind of education about the needs. We've gotten a pretty good response from our hard copy survey results, and we'll provide the numbers again at the second meeting. And we've also got a good response on the digital surveys about it. We also are planning a second meeting to provide, in May, to provide an update to the community about that. Meanwhile, what is going out this week is an invitation to all of the HOAs in the city of Hercules who would like staff to come out, be a part of their HOA meetings, answer questions about charter cities, just the facts, essentially. About the initiative. That will be happening in June. The survey, the second survey that the City Council authorized Lou Edwards to conduct will be conducted by then, and information will be brought forward in June. Like I said, we'll have that second public hearing in June as well. And then in July, we'll be looking to come, end of July, looking to come to City Council putting together all of the outreach efforts, all of the meetings, comments from meetings, and we'll ask the council, do you wish us to move forward and place this on the November ballot? So I don't want to give people of the public the impression that tonight is the only night. Tonight is just the beginning, and that's just public meetings, right? So if you don't want to attend a public meeting, there are still ways that you can provide comments to us. We also have a web page, safeandsecure.hercules.org. Is another way that people can communicate and provide input. So I just wanted to give council kind of an update on that. And again, that information was included when we approved the contract with Lou Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So with that, any questions from council? Councilmember Kelly.
Yes, so I'd like to ask Mr. Fay, so what we're looking at here, I think, is whether or not the city should become a charter city for the sole purpose of increasing the real estate property transfer tax. I mean, we've been discussing this off and on for a couple of years now. So, and Mr. Fay, is that what the city of Emeryville has done? And did El Cerrito do the same thing?
Emeryville did do the same thing. They have a very limited one. It's the charter is all of 2 pages. And it is solely for revenue and taxation matters, specifically assessments and taxes. And they mentioned the real property transfer tax, which I believe at the same election they adopted. They also then, because of the breadth they have for assessment districts, went ahead and created their own assessment district under that. El Cerrito, I believe, it did do this, become a charter city, largely with the initial intent of increasing the real property transfer tax, which they did at the same election. They have a broader charter, though. It actually addresses, it's not limited just to the revenue matters like Emeryville's is. Most are actually broader. It's fairly unique to have it targeted just to revenues, and particularly just taxes and assessments.
Okay, so I understood that Emeryville did this and El Cerrito did this too, really for the purpose of just increasing the RPTT. So, and in terms of the process, so we're discussing this tonight, and then I guess there's going to be some more outreach done, and then we'll have a second public hearing, and then it'll come back to council, and council will discuss whether or not to choose to put it on the ballot, and that would probably be, for this council, the ballot in November 2022. Now, I know that one could choose different levels for the real estate property transfer tax. And if you look at Emeryville and El Cerrito, they now have $12 per thousand. But you could be, $4 per thousand. You could be $8 per thousand. Is that correct? A city could choose that? And at what point would the city decide on what number they wanted to? They would have to decide that before it goes on the ballot?
Yes. Now, there's no, the limitation as to what the level of the tax is really the voters. It's what you would decide to put on the ballot, or a voter petition could put on the ballot, and what the voters would approve. You would have to, if you want to increase the real property transfer tax, you could put a companion measure, or what El Cerrito did was they actually combined the charter vote and the real property transfer tax increase into one ballot measure. And at the time that you put that on the ballot, the latest would be the beginning of August, I believe, you would specify the amount of what the tax would be.
Okay, thank you. And just for the public, I know we've talked about this, but this council has not mentioned a particular number that they would want, like how many dollars per thousand for a possible RPTT measure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. Any other questions from council before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Grimsley.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. Actually, a statement, not a comment. I just want to, for the members of the public, to know that we hear your concerns. those who've spoken this evening, those who've spoken previously via social media. We are listening. And so I am encouraged by the comments from our city manager that we will be reaching out to, the staff will be reaching out to homeowners associations to have discussion, which was a comment made by one of the speakers earlier. And I know that many of us are very active on social media and engaging in conversation that is less formal in nature. But it is, I think, important I really take to heart the comments regarding transparency and community engagement, because those things are very important to me, and I think they're important to everyone on this council. And so I think that we, too, should be looking at ways in addition to what we've already stated, perhaps to allow for community participation and dialogue to the extent that we can, so that people feel, if this were to move forward and become a ballot item, individuals be clear about what it is that they're voting on. Ultimately, this is in the hands of the public. It's in the hands of voters if it were to move forward. Right now, it's in a discussion to decide whether or not this will become a ballot issue for voters to vote on in November. I just wanted to make that statement. Mayor Bailey, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from Council? Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. Part of our agenda package, which a lot of information related to this, is also, it's noted on the agenda as 2D. It's also attachment 4. And we have a package, so we get it all in numbers, but page 78 of attachment 2D or attachment 4, it's both the same item, talks about, it's actually a report that was done on February 25th, 2020. And on there, it gave community engagement. And I guess the important part to me is that over the last 10 or 11 years since the recall, all councils have made it painfully clear that we would be open and transparent to our community. We've done that with the Bayfront Task Force, the Waterfront Task Force. We did that with Sycamore Crossings 2 times. We've done that with Market Hall. We've done it with all building projects. And so what I'm going to read here is, I think it's the last page of the report, the staff report, but it says possible options for community engagement could include all or some of the following. Conduct polling to gauge community interest before placing the measure on the ballot. Appoint a community committee to make recommendations regarding the draft charter and RPTT. Conduct official town hall meetings to provide information about the charter RPTT to the community, as well as allow the opportunity for the public to ask questions and the council to receive feedback. Mail information, including FAQs, to residents about becoming a charter city. The reason why I bring this up is because we have not done this as a council. The city of El Cerrito passed a resolution 6 months before they even started where we're at right now, introducing an advisory committee that had the city manager going out to the community and doing town hall meetings. So as we have been painfully open to do public meetings for our residents, we haven't done that on one of the most important items to come before us. This is a change of our governance. Added on top, a tax. So I think what I saw online was members of the community asking, where is the public education? And I don't think we offered that. The other thing is for Mr. DePorto. For Mr. DePorto, you state that the Emeryville Charter, I guess it's the first paragraph under 200, talks about the powers of the municipal affairs, including taxation and assessment. and a system for imposition. So we did get, I think it might be on page 99 of this same agenda document, was about the differences between general cities and charter cities. Charter cities have the power to tax. I guess my concern is, can you explain what assessment powers would be? Because we have a large landscaping and lighting assessment district. Mr. DePorto, can you explain what a charter city could do with assessments, please?
I'm sorry, were you referring to me?
Yes, I'm sorry. I brought up real early. Yes, Mr. DePorto. Unless Mr.
It's Mr. Fay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ben Fay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Mr. Fay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I had a partner named DePorto, so that might have been the... Anyway, yes, I can explain that. General law cities can only, if they want to create an assessment district, they can only create an assessment district that is spelled out in the statutes. For example, a landscaping and lighting district under the Landscaping and Lighting District Act of 1972. If you're a charter city, you could create your own. You don't have to follow a particular statutory structure. You could create your own. The city of Emeryville, for example, did this. They took an existing business improvement district and changed it a little bit so it fit more with their circumstances of the city. You're still restricted by the Constitution. You cannot, if you want to adopt create an assessment district and levy assessments, you would still have to have a landowner vote. It's weighted by the amount of the assessment. You'd have to have hearings and everything that's required by the Constitution. The difference is you're not limited to the sort of one-size-fits-all assessment statutes. You could take one and make changes as fit your community a little better.
My last question is we have master fees. Master fees include building fees, recreational fees for Parks and Rec. With this under Charter City, would the council be allowed to increase those arbitrarily without having a nexus study?
No, you still have the same restrictions in the Constitution from Propositions 26 and 218, which require essentially your fees can't be more than with certain exceptions, can't be more than the cost to provide the service that they are providing or the item you're providing. So that would not change. It does not have much effect on fees. Its effect in the revenue areas, mostly, as I mentioned, with assessment districts, and then with taxes, there are some taxes such as the real property transfer tax you could increase, and there are other few procedural changes that it has that aren't very large.
Well, this example specifically states imposes business tax license or business license taxes.
I have to say, I do not think, I have to tell you, I'm not aware of there being a broader ability to impose business license taxes for charter cities over general law cities.
Well, it's on the form, and I apologize for not getting this out sooner, but I will hold that for the second hearing, so maybe we can have clarification on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll make sure that I can address that.
Thank you, Councilor Romero. I think Vice Mayor Walker-Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for giving out the report. This has been a hot topic here in the city, and as someone who majored in political science and is a firm believer of civic engagement, this kind of gets me pretty excited. I'll just be honest and I'll be transparent and clear. I was not here on the council when these conversations first began. This is my year-and-a-half mark, almost year-and-a-half mark, and along with Councilwoman Grimsley. So we weren't here at the beginning. So to be indirectly grilled and say that we weren't being transparent despite other council members being here and having the opportunity to bring up the same thing that El Cerrito did and other cities have did, which is form a commission, I personally have a sour taste. But with that being said, there have also been conversation about the ability for a charter city to just basically just kind of be lawless. We make the rules up as we go. And to the city attorney or to Mr. Fay on the line, what would be the process to make amendments to the charter so that way people can sleep a little bit easier tonight, knowing that should whatever happen in the next few years, that a council, say 20 years from now, just couldn't randomly make a change and suddenly, impact the city in a different way?
The charter could only be changed by a vote of the people. So that's the city council does not have the ability to change the charter. All they can do is ask the people if they'd like to change it, or there can also be a voter petition to change it.
Understood. Thank you. And so typically when it comes to, I'll just be a little bit more clear. What are some best practices to include the community and to making sure that voices are heard? What would you recommend? What would you think that would be best suiting for Hercules? Obviously, not every community is the same, so I don't want to lump us into something that we're not, but I'm just curious to know what you have to say about that.
Frankly, I think what you're doing right now, having an open hearing like this that's noticed, it's noticed in the newspapers, people know about it, and then you have a follow-up 30 days later, so people who heard about it from the first one turn up at that. I have some cities will do workshops. They'll go out in the community and have workshops, and people will turn up at that. But I honestly think the statute is it wants to make sure people know what's going on. And that's why you have these succession of hearings. There aren't very many acts that require this much. And what you're doing, I think, is what you should be doing.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fay, for the information and for staff for preparing the report, and for our city attorney for providing all the attachments. It's quite long, but it does give the entire history of this. I've been on council a little bit longer than Vice Mayor Walker Griffin. I get concerned when residents feel like we're not being transparent or that we're rushing this. Each time the issue comes up, a council member has chosen to delay it and to push it forward. And that's how we got here. So we could have been having this conversation technically 2 weeks earlier, but it was delayed when it first came up. So I don't think there's any intent from council. I can't speak for specific council members, but from the council in general, we want the public to know what's going on. We want you to be aware of it. There's things that are posted on social media. We all know everything on social media isn't true, so I won't try and engage that. But the council isn't trying to hide anything from the residents. I think that Mr. Fay said that it requires voter approval, so we want the public to hear about that. The purpose isn't just I've seen lots of things online, but I want the public to know that is not what's happened. It's a lot to read, but if you take some time, what we've heard here is that we have this meeting, and then we have a follow-up in 30 days or so. If you take time to read through that, I think it's pretty detailed, what's in the report. And you can form your own opinion. I'm not trying to sell this to anybody. What I'm trying to say is you will then have a chance potentially to vote for it. Yes or no if you think the city needs the revenue and if you think it's a fair source. I think I heard Councilmember Kelly say there's a bunch of different numbers in there that can be chosen. I think the numbers I heard her say was as low as 4. I think it can go lower than that and as high as, I think I heard the number high, 12, 15, which no one has said those numbers to be the numbers here at council, but those are numbers that we've heard passed around.
So Mayor, just to put a finer point on that, at the March 8th meeting, you authorized staff to prepare a survey to test between 4% and 12% per thousand.
And so that's a survey of the public, so the public can give that feedback, right? And then they can bring that back to council, so council can weigh that and then decide if they want to take it to the voters to make a decision. Again, the council, what we've reviewed tonight, and at many times throughout this process, and I realize for some folks it's the first time you're hearing about this, but it's been posted online. The same groups have kind of started that a couple of times in the past couple of years. Whatever the council decides to do at the next meeting, the voters still get to say. The council cannot raise a tax. And I want Mr. Fay to verify that. Can the council arbitrarily vote to raise the RPPT at our next meeting?
No, it is absolutely against the California Constitution. City council cannot raise anybody's tax. They have to put it to the people have to approve it.
Okay.
And I think being a charter city does not give you that power.
Thank you for that. With that, I think I'm going to open the public hearing. Yeah. Oh, yes. Another question? Go ahead, I'm sorry. Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, so in terms of the public weighing in, so tonight they can weigh in, and at the second public hearing, they can weigh in. And Mr. City Manager, at the second public hearing, will we get the results of the polling from Lou Edwards?
That's what we're going to attempt to do. That's the goal. We need to just verify with Lou Edwards. But what will happen between now and the second public hearing is this second wave of engagement and education about Charter City. So there will be an outstanding effort to educate the community about the Charter City.
Well, at what point can the public and the council hear the results of the polling?
In June. So the item is due in June, and it's just a question about whether it can be presented June 14th, but it's due in June.
So it's due in June. So the public may or may not hear about it in June 14th. But shouldn't the council and the public hear about that before the council makes a decision whether or not to put it on the ballot?
Correct. And so that's the goal. So even after June 14th, there's still another meeting that you will have, a public meeting, a public hearing to determine whether to put it on. We absolutely will have all the results and feedback for council to consider, and anyone who wanted to speak at that meeting to factor into your decision.
And then at that meeting, and I gather this would be the first meeting in July, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then how soon could we get the results about the polling out so that the public doesn't just hear it like that evening?
We will have the results weeks before the meeting. We have to put together the agenda packet, and so we could provide the results of the polling prior to the meeting, definitely.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at right here is, I think that, the public will want to know how this will affect me. For example, if they own a home, they're going to sell the home, they want to know how it's going to affect them. Or if they live here, they want to know how much money it might generate for the city. So they're going to want to be able to consider it. So I'm hoping that we can get the results back by the June 14th meeting. But if not, soon thereafter, so that the public can see this. And I don't want to wait till the first meeting in July and then spring it on everybody. That is not fair.
Absolutely, Mayor. Or I'm sorry, Councilwoman. If you can understand, we actually prepare the reports 2 weeks ahead of the meeting, which means that we would have to have the report the beginning of June to put it on June 14th meeting. So that's essentially kind of what we're working on. And so that's why I'm saying we'll do our best June 14th, but definitely prior to the meeting where the council has to consider whether to put it on the ballot or not.
Okay, and one last question. So is the June 14th meeting the first meeting in June?
It is.
I'm seeing our city clerk shaking
Yes, it
her
is.
head.
Yes, June 14th is our first June meeting.
So if we didn't get the results then, we could have the results by the second meeting in June.
Absolutely.
And so that could be an opportunity for everybody to hear what the results are. So I think you see what I'm driving at. People, we want to be transparent. We want to show people, if we were to put it on the ballot, what the different amounts might be and what the effects would be. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Grimsley?
A couple of things just for the interest of being transparent to the public. We've referenced Lou Edwards a couple of times. Could we just clarify for the public who the Lou Edwards entity is? And then also what is our current real property transfer tax amount? And does the city receive any of that money?
And so the second part of that question, I'll let our finance director answer. But Lou Edwards is the group that the city council engaged to do the first kind of tranche of surveying on the three measures the council authorized in March for the group, Lou Edwards and FM3, who is the actual scientific survey team to conduct a second round of surveys for the public. And like I said, they'll be presenting all of their results in June to the City Council. And I'll let our Finance Director answer about their real property transfer tax.
Hello, Council Member. Yes, we receive transfer tax from the county. an average of about $130,000 a year, and that's 55 cents per thousand.
Thank you.
And that, I might add, that's based upon the statutory real property transfer tax that's currently in effect, which is $1.10 per 1,000 of value, but that's split with the county. So the city gets 55 cents, the county gets 55 cents.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes, Mr. Tang, so if we were to change and go to a different amount, would the county still get the 55 cents? How does that work?
In that case, the county would get the full $1.10.
Okay.
And then the city would get whatever amount the city had determined they would get. You know, if it's $4 per 1,000, that's what the city would get. But the county would get the full amount of the prior statutory amount, which is $1.10.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Romero?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Part of the agenda item also talks, page 79, shows the California city document and property transfer tax rates for every city in the state of California. I took the time and counted them. This report is a September 2019. There's actually a League of Cities report that's a 2020 report. There are currently 482 incorporated cities in the state of California. There's actually towns also, but this is only going off incorporated cities. The new list, this list that we have shows 121 charter cities. The new list actually shows 125 charter cities. Of those 125 charter cities, 22 have an RPTT of over 55 cents. Of those 22 cities that are over 55 cents, 12 of those cities are under $10. And of those 12 cities, 9 cities are under $5 per thousand. The reason why I bring this up is because it's only been a recent thing with cities in the Bay Area increasing and going for $12, $10. And so when you look at this, and you look that there's only 22 cities out of 482 that have taken advantage of the RPTT tax to increase it over what the $1.10 or the 55 cents is, again, I question why we as a council are taking this discussion up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Councilmember Romero. I will just say to that, I've looked at the same document. It's in the report that was prepared for us by the city attorney. I think that the financial situation of those cities probably is a variable in that. Ours is a little precarious, and we know the history here in Hercules. But that may be a factor. I'm not sure anybody can answer that. I think the first time this came up, you had asked the question, why did the other cities not choose to become charter cities? We don't know, right? I think what we can talk about is what we know for Hercules, and no one's proposed any numbers out there. We're leaving that to the public to decide because it's that's who's paying it, right? I just want to be clear. I think we're finding that we aren't looking for a boogeyman. That's what I want to be clear about. We're trying to figure out a way to possibly bring this to the voters. That being said, we do have a public hearing in front of us. We need to open the public hearing, so I'll do that now, and then I'll check to see if we have any comments from the public.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. We'll start with our public speakers in the audience tonight, and we'll start with Mr. Myers with your public speaker card. Go ahead.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, staff, citizens. You probably remember I spoke before on Zoom on this issue, so I won't rehash what I said before, just kind of philosophically about my opposition and my feeling of unfairness towards a real property transfer tax. But I'll go into not so much the tax tonight, but the charter city question. And I don't think that we certainly haven't had enough education and outreach to the public, but I don't think this body has had enough education. I'm hearing questions asked tonight where even the consultant says, I'm not really sure. Well, what taxes and assessments will be under the exclusive control of the council if we become a charter city, and which ones won't? What are some other unintended consequences? Yes, we can think about narrowly drafting the charter, but what are the unintended consequences? What are the powers that are being taken away from the people and the voters and handed to 5 of you or 5 of your successors now and in the future? Unintended consequences of a tax. Well, you're taxing real estate. We have a housing affordability crisis in the Bay Area and in Hercules. Typically, city transfer tax are split 50-50 customarily between a buyer and seller. It can be negotiated, but usually it's 50-50. So that's extra closing cost. And for folks that need to sell maybe, or retiring or facing life issues and need to get every dollar out of their house that they've enjoyed in Hercules to go where they need to go, that's real money. And we need to think about who we're taking that from and why. And how is that fair? And is there another way to do it? And we can't have these conversations with the public, I'm sorry, in 3 minutes of public comment. We need to be able to ask you questions, and you need to be able to ask us questions. We need to, talking to HOAs are not going to pay this tax. It's buyers and sellers that pay this tax. Why are we talking to stakeholders who deal with buyer and sellers? Realtors. Have we reached out to the realtors about their opinion? Oh, we know they're against transfer tax on property. Well, let's figure out why. They may have some good points that maybe we haven't considered. So I know this has been going on for 2 years, but maybe it needs to go on a little longer until we do our homework. And we really figure out what's good for the city of Hercules and what it really means to be a charter city and why, and how much would a transfer tax be? And we don't even have any numbers yet. I feel like this train has left the station. The ball is on the roll. I mean, I've spoken in other meetings about rent control and other controversial issues that involve real property. And it seems to me when things get drafted and staff reports say, we recommend that this go on the ballot, that's where it's going. And it seems like we've got at least 3 people of 5 on the council that are for this. And we really want to change our minds. And it's not because we think you're wrong or we think you're bad people or we think this or we think that. We just want you to understand where we're coming from and why we think it's a bad idea for Hercules. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of our audience? Yes, sir.
Hello again, Council. You guys are making my head explode. The amount of stuff that's going on and is going to come to some conclusion in June or July for an August decision over something like this is absolutely and phenomenally ridiculous. I want to specifically speak to one councilman that said, this has been going on for 2 years, and I've only been a councilman for a year and a half. Well, sir, if you don't have the institutional knowledge that goes back at least 6 months before you were elected, you shouldn't have been elected. Simple as that. And if you didn't pick up this discussion immediately upon becoming councilman and dig into what we've just heard, then you haven't done your duty to the public. Some of you have made up your mind. You have paid big money from this city for a push poll. I went through the push poll. I listened to the questions. It was not a poll. It was a directive. It guided you towards answers to satisfy your desire to put this on the ballot this year without going through any other issues to decide whether it was good or bad. And I have the same questions I just heard. Maybe you can limit this charter, but I have no idea how you unlimit those things. What are your issues with the politics of a charter, even if it's limited to the taxing within a charter? And the tax itself is a discussion that needs a huge amount of discussion. There are $1 million homes in Hercules, not because we're all millionaires, but because that's California. And when you start looking at places like Alameda and Emeryville and Albany, you will be looking at taxes on those homes all through this city that'll be $13,000 to $15,000. that the city will get for these taxes. Before I'm willing to pay a vote for a tax that's going to tax me $13,000 to $15,000, I'm going to demand knowing a lot about it. And if I don't end up knowing a lot about it, you're not going to have problems with me because I'm going to try to sell before that day certain and get the heck out of town. And if that's the kind of thing you want to bring upon your city, that kind of attitude, you're well on the way. I've read the reports, I've listened to the public social comments, and that's where you're heading. Wake up about this. Now, I heard something tonight, and I've heard it repeated. Let's have community outreach to the HOA. I'm on HOA boards, and I've been on several. And I'm going to tell you something. Some boards are going to refuse you because the HOAs can't really do that under their own charters. Some are going to accept you and do that, but if you think for a second that in the middle of May, you can get an HOA to pull together an HOA meeting for you folks to attend during June, you simply don't know how HOAs work. And if you don't know how HOAs work, you don't know how cities work.
Mr. Simmons, thank you on the time. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Wally Moore. My husband and I have lived in Hercules for 45 years. We own 2 homes. We moved here when it was just the city hall was over there in an old home. People knew everybody. I don't think anybody here knows you guys. I know Dan Romero because my son went to school with his daughters. Know him well, good friend. And I got to say something else. The only reason this meeting was open to come in was because he sent me an email. Otherwise, I would not have known. Look at your face sheet. It doesn't say a word about an open meeting in council. It just has your address, and then it indicates a Zoom. So I'm here because I got a notification. I'm a busy grandma. I don't have time to come to a lot of meetings, but this is really important to me. I'm retired now for 13 years. I just put my husband in an assisted living place. I'm looking at having to sell one of my homes. The reason I don't is because of the money I've got to pay the feds, the state, you guys, and everybody else. I would end up out on the streets in no time. And right now, all my financial plans that I put away money for myself, I don't depend on Social Security. I was a nurse for 44 years. And I worked hard, put my money away, and now I'm watching it just being sucked by government. You have no idea how sick I am of all governments. And for you guys to sit here and even think about another tax is making me want to throw up. It's sickening. I don't know what kind of a poll you're talking about. I got a thing in the mail or sent online asking me some questions. Do I want Wi-Fi in the city, this or that? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. I answered it, and I had some other things that I was more interested in than any of that. But was there a place on there for me to say anything? No. I don't know if that's the poll you're talking about or not. But I think you need to start thinking of this city as a small little city again instead of all this highfalutin stuff. I've been here, like I said, for 45 years, and the changes that I have seen, many have been awesome, like the library, like the swim center, community center. Finally got a high school and junior high after my kids were done, needed it. You know, that's something we were promised on day one when we walked in here in this city. Took forever and a fight to get that up there. I've got a grandson in the middle school right now, and I'm glad it's there for him. But you guys need to think again about sucking any more money out of people of Hercules. That's all it is. And when I saw the whole thing, I was so livid, all I could say, it's just another money grab. And that's what I'm looking at it as. And I just today, a couple hours ago, got online to see what Charter City means, and it depends on what you say. It's anything you want it to be. There's just no rules and regulations. It's what you determine it to be. And mayors can arbitrarily, if you happen to be a bad mayor, have a bad mayor like one of these cities did, they can just do their own thing, get mad at one of the other people and just do their own thing. I think this really needs to be rethought. And if you've been thinking about it for 2 years, you need to give us 2 years to think about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Looking to our Zoom attendees tonight, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use your raise hand icon. William Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you? Okay, great. Yeah, I see two issues here. One is the issue of charter cities and strict limitation of its input. It's still a slippery slope. And there needs to be quite a bit of due diligence and public discourse on just that piece. In terms of a transfer tax, I mean, Mrs. Moore brings up a great point. It is it's a penalty against people that invested in Hercules and made it what it is today. She made a big investment, she and her husband, and it's like putting their money in a bank, and then they watch it grow, only to find that withdrawing their money, they get a big penalty, and it's penalizing the people that are coming in to invest in this community. And for $1 million house, it's not a insubstantial amount. It's $12,000, and that may not seem like a lot of money to some people, but I mean, if you made a $1,000 investment in Dell some years ago, you'd probably have about $10 million. So it's a matter of just how you look at that money, and for a lot of people, it could be something substantial. And then you're also looking to raise the UTTT tax, of which, and there's also the sales tax. And so she has a great point. There's a big issue here. I don't think it's transparency. I think, quite frankly, it's due diligence and making a case, a business and a financial case to your constituents as to why this needs to happen. What are the vagaries of the economy and what we've lived through that make this the thing to do, and why you see it so important. I think you've made a really good case for it. And we all have probably financial planners. 90% of the people in the audience here in this community, they spend a lot of time showing us graphs, why things are the way they do and why we need to invest our money the way we do. I'm not seeing that here at all. And I think it's just, the council just has to reach back and do a better job. There's plenty of professionals that can lean in to help you and create a task force that can do due diligence on this. We have accountants, lawyers, everybody in this community, professionally wise, has the acumen to pull together to make a good decision, help the council do a good decision here. Just like you to use that and slow this process down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Pico, go ahead.
Thank you. As I said earlier, I've studied the charter issue for a couple of years now, and there's certainly not enough time for me to discuss all the pros and cons that I have discovered on the matter over the years. I would note that the only cities that have filed bankruptcy in California are all charters. Some of that was because, by definition, a charter is exempt from state laws on pay limits for elected officials who are increasing their compensation. Charters, by definition, are also exempt from the 1968 Proposition 62, which mandates voter approval for local tax increases and requiring specifics in tax increases. Charter cities are allowed to create governance for local control, something Hercules already has. I've read the Emeryville Charter, but lawful controls on a charter city are different than those of a general city like Hercules currently is. A charter city can be a Pandora's box to corruption like Bell, California and San Bernardino, or a path to nowhere like Richmond and Oakland. Even the term municipal is vague in reference to charter cities. In the 2022 February staff report, it was noted that the real property transfer tax, RPTT, would be submitted simultaneously with the charter measure. However, the amount of the tax is not stated, but the staff charts are a comparison with cities that are $7 to $12-ish per thousand of the sales price of the property. That is a massive amount. And an RPTT is levied on the sales price of your home and doesn't care if you sell because you're underwater on your mortgage, if you need to fund your senior years, if you're selling your house to a relative, or if your growing family needs a bigger house, or maybe you're downsizing and hope to remain in Hercules, then you're going to pay the RPTT twice. It's general fund money for the city to be used at council's discretion and timing, no specific funding for police services or the fire district, which is separate, senior activities, separate for the school district funding or anything else. When you talk about an RPTT, the amount is critical, and people need to know what you're talking about. Very few cities, as Councilmember Romero mentioned, have a high RPTT. Most of them are much lower, if any. And none of this should happen between now and November, especially with renewed ability to move about since our COVID restrictions. Residents need a full understanding and full information, pros and cons, and time to digest it. If you truly want to promote public participation, then form an advisory. Start town hall meetings now and offer full disclosure. This meeting and a couple of other quickies aren't enough.
Ms. Preco,
Most people are unaware.
Mrs. Preco, your
when
time.
you talk about an RPTT.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Cordell Hindler, go ahead.
As I said, I will wrap up. Generally, because you're talking
Ms.
about
Preco,
changing to a
Ms.
chart.
Preco, your time has ended there for this go round. Thank you.
Cordell Hindler, go ahead.
Mr. Hindler, go ahead. Do you want to try going to the next and come back to Mr. Hindler?
I believe I've now been unmuted again. Thank you.
Susan Keefe, go ahead.
This is the time to form an advisory committee, including
Susan Keefe, go ahead.
Ms. Keefe?
Susan Keefe, can you hear us?
Okay, we'll try the next and we'll come back. So we have, I think, two. Mr. Hindler and Ms. Keefe will be waiting for us to come back around.
Well, this is Susan Keefe. This is Susan Keefe. I'm seeing Sue Preco on my screen, and I can't hear anything, so I don't know what's going on.
Ms. Keefe, we can hear you, so if you want to go ahead and...
Oh, okay. There we go. Hi. As you all know me very well, and I like to think that I'm fairly up to date with things, and I'm not necessarily opposed to this. Although as a senior, it could have a very negative effect on some of my future downsizing plans. But I have concerns about, this feels rushed. I don't think that there has been sufficient time for many of my questions to be answered. And I think that most residents are completely unaware of what's going on here. I would say a push-pull won't get you anything but the answers you're looking for. But a poll that is open-ended and seeks information objectively might be useful. And then following that, a town hall meeting that's very open, flyers going to every homeowner explaining this. And included in the flyers, we need some facts and figures, not just it could be this amount or that amount. I need to know what the amount is. Is it going to be $1, $4, $10? That will make a huge difference to me on my vote. We need to know specifics. What is the dollar amount? How much revenue will be provided to the city of Hercules? What will the revenues be used for? So I think that the specifics, the data aren't there sufficiently. I don't think you'll get both the UTI and this measure voted on in November. I suspect you may lose both of them if you push this too fast without getting all the proper information and the data. We need information. And it sounds to me like, I think it was Bill who mentioned it, it sounds like you need information too. So if the council needs information, certainly the residents and the homeowners who keep having to bear the brunt of everything need information. So I would encourage you to take a deep breath. Let's get some facts and figures. Let's get more polling. Provide an open-ended poll, do your outreach, and then do a follow-up poll and see what the results are after your outreach. Give us the information first before considering the ballot measure. And I do suggest not trying to get both of these measures passed in November. I think you may end up sacrificing both of them if you push that too hard. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. Mrs. Keefe.
Sherry McCoy, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the community. I am here as a private citizen and a concerned longtime resident of Hercules. I'm here tonight to encourage you to vote to place the Charter City real property transfer tax measure on the ballot in November. Allow the community, the voters, to decide on these important issues. As has been discussed previously, the 5-year forecast for the city's general fund shows long-term lingering issues for the city that result in depletion of the city's reserves. From the staff report on the budget, expenses continue to grow and future challenges associated with pension costs, workforce retention and attraction, and aging infrastructure also loom. The city will need additional revenue beyond the UUT in the next few years. With more commercial development, new housing and residents, additional public safety officers, as well as other resources will be needed to maintain the quality of life for all Herculeans. As indicated in the staff report, 404 units have been added since January 2020, with entitlements for over 1,000 additional units in the future. We need to look for ways to allow for the growth that is occurring while protecting the community. We need a plan now to avoid a crisis in the future, a crisis that could happen from events out of our control. The real property transfer tax presents an opportunity to ensure areas and organizations that benefit fully from all the services the city offers contribute to the city's general fund despite the lower rate these areas contribute through property taxes. The last time I spoke on this issue, I challenged you to find out what the total value of properties sold in the past 5 years in the city and share that with the public. Is that information available to share with the public tonight? At even a small RPTT, the lost revenue to the city is high. How much will the city lose in the next few years if we as a community are not allowed to vote on the real property transfer tax? Allowing for this to be on the November ballot will let citizens of Hercules decide. Any delay will prevent the city from realizing several $1 million per year and will not only deny to voters their right to express their views on this important issue through the ballot box, but potentially put the city in financial peril in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. I think Cordell.
Try Cordell Hindler, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You can, Mr. Hindler.
So good evening, Mayor Bailey, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I am a concerned Richmond resident. So as I've been listening to this discussion, I kind of agree with some of what the speakers have said. I think this charter city, the thought of Hercules being a charter city, it is nauseating, pardon the pun. But I'm just curious. So as the young lady who had spoken earlier, she has lived in the city of she's been living in her city of Hercules for 45 years, and I feel that this is just another idea, like, you know, trying to like generate some revenue. That is not the right way to go. I mean, besides, if I want to invest property in Hercules, I will not do that, because after listening to this conversation, do you think that, I mean, let me put it in a better way. I agree with one of the speakers. Have you talked to the realtors? What have they got their input on this? I don't think so. The HOAs, I don't think so. So if you want to, like, you know, engage in the community in this matter, I'm thinking, like, as one of the speakers had mentioned, town halls is the way to go. It's like, if you want, because people are concerned about this charter city, because I know the cities of El Cerrito and other cities are charter cities, and it's like, I don't think the city of Hercules should not be a charter city for the number of reasons that that some of the speakers have said. So I'm kind of like, you know, a little lopsided on this. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hindler.
Tanya Little, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. You know, I've read all the documents and listened to all the council meetings for the last couple of years, and I hear what my peers saying, but I'm hearing everybody say full charter, and that's not what these documents say. It's only for one purpose. We still operate in the same manner we have. I believe the potential positive revenue generated from commercial properties is going to be the biggest bang that we would have. I welcome it for that reason. The Institute of Local Government states that state laws require cities to operate with a balanced budget. Cities are not allowed a deficit spend. The legal requirements for collecting and using the variety of revenues available to cities and counties differ. It is important the council continues to help our community to understand the opportunities and constraints for each revenue source. We have them. It says we're going to be losing money, as Ms. McCoy stated. Some say increase developmental impact fees, while others say increasing them too much will deter the very developers that community wishes to attract. What was not shared is that DIF fees have very limited usage. The usage is tied directly to the construction of the development project to pay the associated streets and sewer systems. DIF fees cannot be used toward daily operational expenses, and we have some looming expenses ahead of us. The state has required cities to implement new housing plans. DIF fees cannot fund emergency services and public safety needs resulting from the population growth. I encourage this council to continue to explore all financial resource options, because I don't believe any resident of this community wants any one person to suffer because of poor planning as our city population grows. I strongly urge this community and this council to come together to be a part of the solution for this city and community we all love. To this council, it is important you govern fairly and with transparency, especially when you oppose majority decisions of peers council members. To my community peers, let's be a part of the solution, and I'm hearing we really want to do that, and I appreciate it. Let's not pick apart the city council decisions that are being explored to bring to the ballot for our vote. Remember, it may not make it to ballot based on what they've told us. Also remember, if it does make it to ballot, we voters have the final say. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
That will end public comment.
Okay. I will bring it back to council. I just wanted to clarify 2 points. Ms. Preco was her public comment was stopped. She was allowed to speak twice on the same item. We generally don't do that. So that was part of the reason why we stopped the comment. She got 2 stabs at the at that conversation. I did have a couple of questions for staff. There were some issues raised, and I wondered if when we come back, because this is going to come back in 30 days, we heard, for further discussion, this is the normal meeting process. There was a question about taxes and assessments to Mr. Fay. Can we get that answered? Maybe Mr. Fay can tell us that, but not today, but that when they come back, we can have that answer clarified. The taxes and assessment, the council's ability to just, I think the question was, can council arbitrarily raise taxes and assessments? If we can have that clarified for the next meeting. I'm not asking for it tonight.
Yeah, I think Mr. Fay can answer that question. You know, Ben, are you there?
Yes, I am. I could actually answer that right now.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And I'll mention one of the speakers commented that Proposition 62 does not apply to charter cities. Well, the important thing is Proposition 218 does. And that combined with Propositions 26 and 13 provide that charter city or not, taxes can only be increased by a vote of the people. There's no other way. No city can do that without going to the people. Same thing with assessments. You have to go to a ballot. You have to have an engineer's report that shows the benefits, calculates the benefits, calculates how much each person would pay, and then you have to have a public hearing on that, and then people get to vote. The property owners who will be paying the assessment get to vote, and they can only be assessed if there's a majority vote of the property owners affected. That's in the Constitution. That cannot be, that applies to charter cities and general law cities. There's no way, becoming a charter city would not give the city council any more power over raising taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. The other question that I heard, I think it came from Mr. Henderson. Forgive me if I misquote names. It was the city is looking to raise the UUT tax. Is that currently being discussed?
What council directed us to do on the March 8th meeting was to provide a survey to registered voters testing between 4% and 12% per thousand.
The question was on the UUT, user utility tax. So the question is, for Mr. Henderson, was I think what he commented on was the council intended to raise the UUT.
That it's an extension of the UUT. We were not asked to raise the UUT.
Okay, thank you. Another question that was asked, I think, was raising of council member salaries. I don't remember the person that asked the question. Is that any different process between Charter City and
If I might, Mr. Mayor, a charter city, if the charter gave the city that power, could raise salaries, could provide a salary for a city council. But what you see in the Emeryville example, which is what we've been talking about, there's no such power granted to the city council for that purpose.
Okay. And then there was another question. Forgive me for not getting the person's name, but it was McCoy asked about if we could do some kind of analysis for the past 5 years. Is that possible to get? I think she asked for was a number, and I do remember her asking that question before. Could that be prepared for the next meeting?
Yeah, and we've provided that information before, and I believe it's in one of your attachments.
Okay.
To this meeting's agenda.
Okay.
Give us a second, but yes, we can provide it again.
Okay, and those are the questions that I think I heard from the folks that spoke out. If I missed someone, I apologize. I tried to take notes on who spoke and what the question was. So with that, yes, we'll go back to council for discussion or questions. I saw hands go up. Councilmember Romero.
Mr. Mayor, I'll let Councilmember Grimsley speak first.
Okay, Councilmember Grimsley.
I actually did not have my hand raised.
Okay. Councilmember Romero.
Okay, all right. So as we're asking questions, I would like to find out if staff can contact Mr. Simmons about HOAs and why they are unable to meet in June. I think that's really important. There is a context about future housing by ex-mayor McCoy, and I don't think we're at the 1,000 anymore, so I think we need an updated number on housing.
We're prepared to provide that number tonight.
Okay. And then I did want to know, because I think Tanya Little had mentioned charter cities possibly charging for police and fire services, if I misunderstood that, but I guess to Mr. Fay, can a charter city charge a fee to homeowners or institute a fee for police services and fire services?
No, that's actually prohibited also by Proposition 218. You cannot have a fee for general government services, and it specifically calls out police and fire. You can have special taxes. You can have, that's the most specific thing you'd have. But again, that requires a vote of the people. Special tax require 2/3 vote of the people. But you cannot have a fee for police or fire.
Okay.
That would violate the Constitution.
All right. And then I have a question because during the online discussions, there was talk of the fire district. So let's say RPTT passes. Can the city of Hercules extend general fund dollars to a special assessment, a special district such as Rodeo Hercules Fire District? And I guess that would go to to City Attorney Tang or Attorney Fay.
Ben, do you want to try to
Sure, yes, I could. So the question would be, if you pass the RPTT, it's general fund money, could you spend some of that money on fire or provide it to the fire district? Is that the question?
Mr. Fay, Hercules doesn't have our own fire. We belong to a fire district, Rodeo Hercules Fire District. So the question is, could we use general fund dollars towards the fire district?
Yes, you could. And actually, as a charter city, it'd be easier because there's a principle that the gift of public funds doctrine prevents you from giving away public money. And it could be complicated if you were giving money to a district for a service you don't provide, but as a charter city, you could.
Okay. And then for, through the mayor to Mr. Gatto, can you explain what has occurred during RDA takeover, the state takeover RDA, why certain entities are not receiving their pass-through police? Because that was part of the online discussion too. City of Hercules is being blamed for not giving pass-through taxes, and it's out of our hand. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, I can. It's the availability of the tax increment that we collect, the state collect. It has priority obligation, enforceable obligation in the ROPS that they have to fund first before we can fund pass-through payments.
And is there, in the future, does it look like we would be, there will be more money available to certain entities to receive pass-through taxes?
Well, our projection, or county's projection on tax increment, probably in the next 3 or 4 years, that we'll get those pass-through back.
All right. And then I'll reserve my comment afterwards, please.
Okay. So any other questions from council? Vice Mayor Walker Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to reiterate to folks at home, this conversation is to keep it to the limit strictly for the property transfer tax. So some of the comments talking about fire districts and all this other stuff, I think is a little bit more of a scare tactic to try to insinuate something that it's not. But to Director Gatto, could you talk about briefly some of the projections that we received a couple months ago about the 5-year forecast and what's the importance of establishing a new streamline of revenue? I understand, and some folks in the community made this exact same comment too, that if we don't start exploring new opportunities, then that means services will deplete. So I was wondering if you could touch on that. And to my final comment, I was actually a bit surprised to hear that Councilmember Romero sent out an email to folks. And so through the mayor to Councilmember Romero, would you mind sharing that email to the city attorney to pass along to the council? Recently in a workshop we talked about the lack of surprises, so that way everyone's on the same sheet of music. And personally, that caught me by surprise. I don't have a newsletter or anything like that, but I would just love to hear what Councilmember Romero had to mention. He is the senior on the council, so maybe he has some insight into it that I don't. So I would appreciate it. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yep.
I sent a personal email to friends that I know in the city. I'm allowed, as a council member, to communicate to members of the city. I use my name, not my title. So I do know that years ago that there was a council member that did have a newsletter. I don't use a newsletter. I just use a group of longtime residents that I know that I send out emails to. And just as a lot of us, I know ex-Mayor De Vera used to send out emails. She was very good at that. She had a bigger base than I did. And she would send out emails. And she would even send out emails saying, hey, we have openings on our commissions. So I think that's a practice that all council members have used. But no, I mean, that's a personal email that I sent out to residents that I know. So I'm not mandated as a council person. I am careful about what I do. And, but no, I'm not making that. I have not obligated to make that available to anybody except the people that I sent it out to. Thank you.
I think there was a question in there for staff.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, the long-term forecast is forecasting based on status quo service. With the not passing the UUT, you're looking at deficit in 2013, 2025, I'm sorry. So that's what the 5-year forecast is. It doesn't give you the service, increase in service projection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, a couple of points. Mr. Gatto, I think in March you gave us a general fund forecast, and I want to ask you right now regarding the Cal HFA loan. It looks like there's a payment of $3.9 million due in fiscal year 25-26. There was also a payment of $1.3 million due in 26-27. Is that correct? Okay, so those would be new expenses coming on in 25-26 and 26-27. So that is a concern.
Correct. It will accelerate the loan at that time, so it will be due in full in 2025.
2025.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So there's a concern about that, and there's a concern about general fund expenses increasing by about 3% a year. We don't know if we can keep up with that. Okay, so there are some real concerns, I would say, to the public about expenses in the city of Hercules. And we have been operating at a bare bones kind of budget for a long time, and people are getting tired, staff is getting tired. So I understand all of that. But for this RPTT matter, one, I really would like to get the polling results back with numbers. And I mean, let's really be open and transparent. I would like to see, and perhaps the finance director could provide this, if we were to charge a rate of $4 per thousand, and then at 6 and at 8 and at 12, how would that affect each homeowner? And if you sell your home for $500,000 or $700,000 or $900,000, what would you have to pay? So let's be open about that and show people what that would be like. And then similarly, if a number of homes were to sell at those different rates, what would the city receive from this RPTT? So if we could make just some guesstimates about that, and I think one of the things that we could base it on, as Sherry McCoy had said, if we look at the kinds of properties that have sold over the past 5 years, at what levels, at what prices did they sell? So maybe we could make some guesstimates. So how would it affect the city for revenue? And then how would it affect the homeowner who is selling their property? So I'd like to see that those figures come before us sooner rather than later, maybe at the next public hearing, along with the poll results, if we have the poll results at that time.
Yes, we can provide that information.
Yes, I guess I want to make a quick.
Oh, sure. No, go ahead. No, go ahead, Mayor. Yes, go ahead.
I think that the data points that Councilmember Kelly asked for, those are essential for the public to be able to see where we are. I know that there has been a lot out there. Nothing's going on that's suspicious. The city had its financial struggles a decade or so ago, and I think there's a perception that we overcame all of that. And I think that we still, our town is sort of a minimum wage worker in that no matter how hard it works, it's going to have financial issues, right? It's unfortunate, but it's the way that it is. And I think that some people may have thought that things had gotten better, and so now they may hear that they're not better. We've been constantly improving and moving in that direction. I think that the challenge is, and we're going to have a financial discussion after this item, but I want the public to know that we are trying. I think that the council, with the questions that Councilmember Kelly asked and others, are trying to help keep Hercules going and doing well and thriving. I heard a person speak about the pool, right, and that add-on to the city. I've lived here about as long as that particular speaker has. I started off in high school here, and I remember that was built in high school. I remember watching it as we drove up and down Refugio Valley Road. So we have some improvements, but some of those things haven't been maintained since they were put in. Right, and if you go over and walk it, you can see some of that, and that's just due to a lack of revenue. Now, the decision to RPPT or not to RPPT is a decision, again, for voters to make. I'm not trying to convince anyone of that. I just want to say that I think most of us here are trying to find solutions to that financial problem. But I do hear the comments that were made. I'm going to pause and see if there's anything else. Councilmember Kelly?
Yeah, I would like to say, as I have said all along, I am not necessarily for or against this. I want to hear all of the information. I think it is something that could be used by the city of Hercules to raise money for expenses that we have, but I don't know if this is the right time to do it or not. And I do have some concerns that if it were put on the ballot too soon, it could fail. On the other hand, it could pass. So that's why it's important for me to hear what the effects would be on the homeowners, what the possible revenues would be for the city, and what people think, are they ready to vote for something like this, or do they want to discuss it more? In other words, have more time. Thank you.
Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we're going to get data points, we have to remember, okay, that it is not a $4, it's $4 plus $1.10. If it's $6, it's $6 plus $1.10. So we need to be mindful that if you come back with numbers, you cannot come back with numbers at 4. You need to have whatever number you're going to do plus $1.10. So very important that we do that. So talking about tonight, one other thing too. I'm sure the rest of the council I received close to 13 emails in the last couple of days. All of them said yes to UUT, no to RPTT. They were all Hercules residents. So the emails, which wasn't made public because they emailed, we don't read those. But I guess my concern again is tonight, as we had residents that wanted to speak more than 3 minutes. Every time we bring a public hearing for the residents into the council chambers, they are mandated by council procedures. And tonight we had several residents that probably wanted to speak more than once and were prevented because of our council rules. That's why I had asked and read that report, because the town hall meeting allows the residents to have an open discussion without any council rules. That's why they've been so successful over the last 10 and 11 years. That's why the city of Hercules was able to ask the residents to self-tax themselves to pull us out of the hole, financial hole. It's because we allowed that freedom of speech, that we allowed residents to ask more than one question. They were allowed to speak. And we sort of, in our haste to get where we're at today, we sort of forgot about the most important part, and that was that public process that has made us very successful over the years. So I understand that certain members of the council want to push this through, but what about the residents that were speaking here and Susan Keefe, I mean, very practical thinking tonight, and others that wanted to speak more but were not allowed because of the public hearing rules that we have. I think as we talked about educating our public about this, I don't think that we've been able to do that. And I don't believe that bringing it back into a public hearing for readings or talking about it is not the right approach. And what's very important, I mean, the change of our governance is what we're talking about. And certainly, I have a lot more questions about that. And I am really concerned. I want to make sure that it is a minute thing that we keep what we have, city manager-run government. And I am concerned to find out that, yes, we could take general fund dollars and fund and help the fire district, which I was very surprised. But these are these little tidbits that we're finding as we pursue this and start looking into it. So, yes, it is really important to get the public out here, get them in on a Saturday, have one or two. And this is a big ask of staff. And I go back to Catherine Liu from Lou Edwards, as she very politely told us, her fear was that if we put two competing tax measures on, there's a possibility that the UUT that pulled very strongly as a renewal, 69 to 70%. All it needs is a majority plus one, 50% plus one vote. Could be jeopardized with the possibility of having Charter City with the RPTT along with the UT. And she very politely mentioned that possibly both would not pass. So even as we've had some residents say we need to listen to the consultants, and as we all know, I sort of chastised her, but I have to say that, you know, as you go back and read these notes, she was very good about it, and she's very experienced. So my concern is, one, not enough public education for our residents. And I'm not saying no to the UUT. I'm just saying that I don't think we've given enough time for our residents to be able to speak about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Romero. I will say,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I might.
Sure.
Before we get too far downstream, I heard from two of your colleagues that there's an interest in getting data, more data, and our city manager indicated that polling data, the goal is to bring polling data back as soon as possible to help inform
can't hear
further
anything.
discussions.
Sorry, you don't have your speaker on.
His speaker's
on. Is it on?
But can we mute the public? Because I think that came in from the public.
So,
okay, go ahead. I thought it was from.
So what I wanted to point out, and I know that the agenda packet's pretty thick, but I want to point out that on page 76, what Councilmember Romero was urging that we keep in mind the county share. That is reflected in the rate comparison table on that page 76. So let me just give you an example. If you turn to that page, there's a...
We're having some kind of an issue with Zoom, apparently, so...
If you're having Zoom issues.
Sure, yeah, that'd be great.
So do we need a motion for recess, or can we just take a recess?
No.
Okay, you want to try and finish your comment, and then we can take the...
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure. And maybe if I position the microphone differently, is that any better? Okay, great. So the tax rate comparison table on page 76, if you just take that middle figure as an example, $8 per 1,000. As Councilmember Romero pointed out, let's say a home or a condo sells for $500,000. Under the current statutory scheme, the city and the county each get $275. If, just by way of example, the RPT was $8 per 1,000, you would see that the city would get $4,000 and the county would get $5.50. So that's the $1.10 that Councilmember Romero spoke of. Now, as to Councilmember Kelly's comment, regarding revenue, we can certainly bring back more refined numbers, but at least as of the date of this report, which is over a year old, February 2020, the amount of RPTT the city got that tax year was around $115,000 total citywide. If it were $8 per thousand, just as an example, I mean, you could be anywhere, but just that's a mid-range on this chart, it would be $1.6 million for the city, but the county would get $230,000. So.
And so, if I can say, and there's a lot of data points, we tried to make the record as complete as possible. That's why the item is 50 pages. The other part of that analysis is actually on page 63, where it provides the average of RPTT that we've received from 2014 to 2019. And if we were to go 55% per thousand, how much it would generate, and on down the line. So there's a lot of data points. I know it's hard to get through, but we'll do our best to try to represent those. But the record goes back to 2020.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I will say, I did hear Councilman Romero's sort of passionate conversation about the timeline being compressed, and I have to say that at every step of the way, he has urged this compressed timeline. And that's in the record, right? So you can go back and take a look at it, but there's been a continuous movement to delay, and that even happened at our workshop. We tried to readdress this issue. So I think that people should just know, we're talking about transparency, we should know where we are. Again, I don't know if this is the solution. What I want is voters to tell us if this is the solution, and I'd like to hear from voters what the other solutions are. We have had, I think Councilmember Romero said we received several emails. I received some emails as well. Again, I think the message is a little bit unclear. Folks, congratulations on a balanced budget. We haven't balanced the budget yet. So I think it's just a little bit of misinformation out there, and we want to make sure we present the best information possible, hence the 50-page report. I know it's dense, but I recommend folks try and take a look at it. It's available online. Even after the meeting, you can pull it up. And perhaps for the next meeting, we might have a copy in a binder or something like that we get folks to take a look at, because I think it's important. There's no hiding. It speaks about transparency and timelines and rushing, and I think the council has tried to get this to you, who manage us. You're our bosses, right? We work for you. We try to get that to you as quickly as possible. We've tried to work through the timelines that are established by the state, as I understand it, for the election, for the vote process. But I will tell you that I have not tried to rush anything past anyone, and I have been on social media talking about it since 2020. I think it was February 26th. So that doesn't mean it's okay that everybody's going to read my social media posts. I don't expect that. But what I'm saying is that there's no agenda to hide anything from the public, and I hope that that the public hears that, and that that we can be honest here, so the public can trust us.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I've been absolutely honest about what I said tonight, and I think it was rather petty to try to insinuate that I've been the sole factor to delay this. There's been always a council of 5, and we missed the boat. I'll be honest with you, and I'll say it repeatedly. We missed the boat when we failed to educate the public. And that's what you heard tonight, a failure of this council, of this body. I'm not blaming staff. I'm blaming the direction that came from this council, that we were amiss, and we did not educate the public. And I think that in itself is what's made us successful over the last 10 years. You should call this recess you'd like.
Actually, we're actually okay.
We're okay with sound?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the purpose of these public hearings is to hear from the public, so largely this was for you, for us to hear, for us to listen. I think we can then close this first public hearing. Do you need a motion to close it, or can we just close the public hearing out? Okay. So if there's no other comments from council, if we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay. Wait, Mr. City Attorney, it's the obligation of the mayor to close the public hearing. There's no more discussion, so we go on to the next item. We don't need a motion. Let's try to follow what we've done.
You don't formally need a motion, you're correct. The mayor can close it.
Okay.
The mayor also has discretion to request a motion, so.
I just want to show that we've all agreed that no one's going to say afterwards that they didn't get a chance to speak. So I think we had a motion from Councilmember Grimsley. Second, anywhere? Okay, second from Kelly. So all in favor? Aye. Okay. And as we move to the next agenda item, I just want to, I think there was a comment made earlier. I think everyone that wanted to speak twice was allowed to speak twice, so we did try and accommodate that this time. That may not be the normal practice, though. I want to get all the comments in. Next item on the agenda, I believe, is the consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull an item from the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to pass the consent calendar as is.
We have a motion. Okay, motion by Kelly, seconded by Vice Mayor Walker Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is discussion items and/or action items. The first item for discussion is introduction of proposed fiscal year 22-23 general fund and other restricted funds budget. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Let me see if I can get this closer. So this is the second part of the budget introduction that we're having with City Council. Last meeting, we discussed capital projects and projections for the next 5 years, and we also talked about special revenue funds. Tonight, we're going to talk about the proposed general fund budget and operating budget. This discussion is right on time with the last item. As you know, it wasn't really that long ago that we were grappling with kind of the fallout of the dark days of Hercules, and we're still trying to put things in place essentially to deal with that. But with the help of council and the community, the finance committee, we've righted the ship. And we're moving in the right direction, but I want to just call out a couple of things of how we're thinking when we're putting this budget together. The conversation that we're proposing to have with council is a conversation about sustainability. It's really about the future. We talked a little bit about population growth. And the census data has us increasing our population by 14% by 2040. And I know that sometimes when we project numbers, people don't think they're exact, but let's deal with what's real. Let's deal with projects that we actually have on the books in varying stages of entitlement or construction. What we have is, we have Bayfront. When that's all said and done, that's about 1,526 units. We have Skelly project, that's another 40 single-family units. Our census data tells us essentially that the average household, and when you combine single-family and multifamily, it's about 3 persons per household. So let's step that back and let's be even more conservative, and let's just say 2 people per household. So if we're talking about developing in the near future 2,200 units, we're talking about 4,500 residents, essentially, over that span of time. And so when you talk about that, you really have to talk about the level of service. We had our police chief talk about police officers, essentially, and I think we're working at an appropriate level, but just to give you a sense of what the national standard is, it's 1.7 officers per 1,000. for us. We're at 1 per thousand. We're not recommending that we exceed that, but if we're going to plan for an additional 4,500 residents, we're going to need some other things to keep our community safe, plus administrative help to kind of support that. We have a standard about our parks that we haven't reached yet. If we're adding people, we need to make additional investments in our parks, in our infrastructure. And so what this is all about is really having a discussion tonight about a balance between kind of these one-time expenditures and then the investments that we're going to make. How do we stay within our resources? What opportunities do we have to generate additional resources to really measure up to what we know is coming down the line, which, like I said, are in varying stages of approval. These are real projects. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to let our finance director go through the presentation. We have a number of policy questions that we want to cover tonight. And we just need your direction on those policy questions and any other direction you want to give us. And based on your comments tonight, we're going to return to you on June 14th, and you'll consider the budget together, the proposed budget for next fiscal year. If that's fine, we'll go to a second public hearing about the budget on June 28th before adoption. So with that, I'll turn it over to our finance director to lead the discussion.
Thank you, City Manager Hall, Mayor, Vice Mayor, member of the council. Good evening. Edwin Gatto here, your finance director. I have a slide for you. As you recall, on April 26, staff introduced the first phase of the budget that covers the 5-year capital improvement, CIP, sewer enterprise fund, and the internal service fund. This is the second phase of that introduction. We're talking about FY 2023 proposed general fund budget and also summarizes the other restricted funds. Our budget discussion is concentrated on the proposed general fund base budget. Next slide, please. Sorry. Our discussion will be concentrated on the proposed general fund base budget, the American Rescue Plan, ARPA, non-general fund programs, and proposed addition to the financial principles and policies that you adopted on December 2015. Next slide, please. The general fund, we'll start off with the general fund. The general fund is the chief operating fund of the city, and I segregated it into 3 sections for discussion and clarity. The following are the 3 sections: operating fund, which is the ongoing, and then we have the one-time money, and then loss of revenue component of the ARPA funds will be a separate column in that particular graph. The 2023 operating or ongoing is projected to end with a positive result of $586,000 and an ending available balance of $167 on one-time activities. The available resources derived from savings are generally treated as one-time in nature. Later in the presentation, the staff will discuss the proposed policy for the general fund surplus allocation. The third section is the ARPA fund loss revenue component. ARPA recipient may use payments from the fiscal recovery funds to provide governmental services to extent of the reduction in revenue experienced due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Based on the Department of Treasury revenue loss formula, which includes all sources of revenue, we calculated the city experienced about $2.9 million of revenue loss shortfall, and at mid-year, the City Council actually approved us, authorized us to transfer that to general fund for specific, for general use. So let's, next slide, please. So let's go into the revenue assumption. The proposed general fund budget revenue assumption reflects a conservative estimate, including opportunities presented by ARPA. Overall, the revenues are projected to increase by 8% compared to fiscal year 2021 actual receipts. Sales tax revenue are the most significant source of the city's general fund. Based on the third quarter data from the state, our analysis shows that sales tax revenues are conservatively estimated to increase by 5% compared to FY 2021 actual receipts. So just full disclosure, I received the quarter four data from the state, and they're projecting around 6 to 10% increase on our sales tax this year, next year. So I'll come back to council with an update in mid-year. So please note that the total sales tax revenue are highly concentrated within a few major operators. We see a significant increase in business-to-business and food products categories. For the utility users tax, or UUT, based on our analysis using specific data results from Hercules, the UUT are estimated to stay flat compared to FY 2021 actual receipts. Based on the trend and its consumption rate, the city continues to see erosion in wireless telecom UUT revenues due to the update in allocation of the bundled packages. This updated allocation shifted a more significant percentage towards data, which is not taxable. Just want to point out that the UUT will sunset on January 1st, 2025. For the property tax, the county applied a CPI factor of 2%. It is important to note that all properties that have been granted a Prop 8 reduction between 2008 and 2012, and in some counties in 2020, due to lower sales price trends in 2019, are required to be reviewed each year outside of the CPI adjustment. And any positive adjustment of those properties will likely exceed the 2% if properties are granted value restoration. DOT is expected to increase by $100,000 due to the new development. Also, the Parks and Recreation program was heavily impacted during the pandemic and mandatory closure. The revenue from this program were significantly reduced in the prior years due to the suspension of programs and offerings and facility rentals. The revenue estimate reflects the reopening of suspended programs, and revenues are projected conservatively equal to approximately 75% of total pre-pandemic actual receipts. Next slide, please. So let's go to the expenditure projection. About 60% of the total general fund costs are salaries and benefits. The proposed budget includes a 3% wage increase pending the outcome of labor negotiation. CalPERS normal costs and unfunded actuarial liability rates are applied to pension, and healthcare cost increase assumed at 3%. Overall or other expenditures were estimated to increase by an average of 5%. The one-time cost includes payment to Department of Finance on the former redevelopment agency's outcome of the due diligence review, and there's a small amount for capital projects. Next slide, please. ARPA money. On May 10, 2021, the U.S. Department of Treasury released regulation and updated the local government allocation. As part of the $1.9 trillion relief package, the city of Hercules became eligible for $6.3 million. The first tranche of money of about $3.1 million was received in mid-July of 2021, and we're expecting to get the second allocation in July 2022. The budget assumes the $3.9 million of $3.1 million of the second allocation. The chart shows the project or the proposed use of those ARPA money. So this year, in attachment 3 of your staff report, the proposed 2023 proposed program and projects will be the funding on the building facility plan and Parks Master Plan funded using ARPA loss of revenue. And also we're proposing grant money for business assistance program and also rental assistance program as defined in your attachment 3. Next slide, please. For the special revenue fund, these are restricted money. It can only be used for a specific purpose, and we can't use it for operation. I want to highlight the landscape and lighting and also the stormwater. The engineer's report, which we'll discuss in the next item, outlines the district budget and shows the amount of assessment for each district. Additional analysis will be performed for Victoria by the Bay due to a fund deficit. Stormwater continues to see increased costs due to state mandates, recycling related revenues being used to offset a portion of its operating deficit. Next item, please. This slide shows the governmental fund debt service obligation. In total, the city governmental funds has obligation to pay annual debt service of $1.7 million. Next slide, please. And as the city manager mentioned earlier, these are the policies that we're proposing. We will have a service level expectation. The city manager is proposing upgrading one part-time position to a full-time senior clerk for general administration support managed by city clerks. And if you have any questions on that, we can happy to answer that. And the next policy questions will be a series of policy questions for the council. ARPA money, we have that questions in the reserve policy as well. Right now, the city is maintaining the 25% operating reserve. So we're proposing to the council if we can increase that to 25% because we're there already. And then also the long-term capital improvement project funding. Would the city agree for investment on allocating money on those investments to long-term, unmet needs? And then here's what I talked about earlier regarding the general fund surplus allocation. A surplus occurs when income exceeds expenditures. The term is often referred to government as savings. A surplus is an indication that the city's finances are being effectively managed. Staff recommends the available resources is determined annually through the closing of the financial record will be used as a basis for the following allocation. So we're proposing 25% to pension OPEB, 25% to operating reserve up to the policy limit, and then 50% to unmet deferred infrastructure and maintenance needs. These available resources or available fund balance are generally one-time in nature, so repeat again. The actual amounts to be allocated will be based upon the prior year's financial statements or audit results. And then last slide.
Next slide.
There you go. These are the budget schedule. So the next meeting will be on June 14th, and then public hearing and adoption on June 28th. I also have a Finance Commission review on May 18th, and I'll go back to the council with the outcome of that, or if they have any questions or comments. With that, this concludes my presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. Councilmember, questions or comments? Councilmember Grimsley?
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. To Finance Director Gatto, could you speak a little bit more about the item under ARPA for the one-time grant funding? If we were to set aside money for one-time grant funding, can you speak a little bit more about what those uses might be?
Okay.
So, I can speak to that, and if there's something I left out. The city council actually authorized some expenditures at our last meeting for economic development. And the two programs was a business grant program, and the second business program was a business rental assistance program. We will come back with guidelines and parameters for that at a future council meeting. What we're asking tonight, based on those approvals that were given, how much ARPA money would the city council like to set aside for those programs? Did that answer your question? And there were a few other expenditures, if you want to go ahead.
And I'd like to add that on, I think this is in attachment 4. We have the detailed guidelines and also the justification of the assistance grants and rental assistance program. We are actually recommending, this is a placeholder dollar amount that we got from City of Houghton. City of Houghton actually approved $50,000 for assistance grants and $150,000 for rental assistance grants. Now we're seeking council's direction whether or not you go with that number or you have a different number in mind.
That's just an example.
That's just an example. We'll go back with the council with the, once the budget is approved, we'll go back with the council with actual implementation.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yeah, could we go back to the slides, to slide number 3? So, Mr. Gatto, I just want to go through this so that I understand it. So for the general fund budget, so I understand the operating. We'd end up with a net positive of $586,000 for 22-23. Now, the one-time money, where does that $953,000 come from?
It was a carryover from last year.
That's from last year?
Correct.
So that would be from 21-22?
21-22, correct.
Okay. And then expenditures, those are one-time expenditures, right? And what would those be on?
It will be a DOF payment to DOF and then a small to capital projects.
So Department of Finance, payment.
Payment.
Okay, we've made those before. And then a small amount for
projects.
capital projects.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so the beginning balance for the ARPA is 1.897. That is for this particular year. We're planning to spend just a little, $225,000. Is that correct?
That is our proposal for this year because we haven't received the second tranche, the second allocation.
Yeah.
Until July. So we're planning. I don't like appropriating money if we don't have it. So I'd like to go back to council in mid-year to actually ask.
Okay, but this is just sort of another placeholder. Yeah, I understand. Okay, so then we kind of get an overall view here of this budget.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Gatto, at some point, could we get budget to actuals for 21-22, say through the third quarter? I mean, can we get a sense of how we're doing as we close out the current fiscal year? Can you provide that to council at some point?
Yes, we normally go to council on the first quarter of the year to show budget to actual. Right now, we're probably 2 months to closing, and we still have some more accruals there that we need to book. So I don't have the full picture at this point.
Okay, any red flags?
No, not that I see. Yeah,
Okay.
Most of it we have savings, and also on revenue side, we have a very strong sales tax collection this year.
Right. And I think you said you're projecting for 22-23 will be, sales tax will go up 5%, right?
Including
Increase 5%,
yeah.
so part of that we're probably seeing in the current fiscal year right now.
We're looking at this year to end this fiscal year. I think the last projection that I see from Department of, from the state is we budget around $3 million.
Yeah.
They're projecting around 3.6 to 3.8. So that's a
Okay.
very strong return.
So just in my asking about budget to actuals, just know, are there any red flags? I mean, it seems like there's some good news. There doesn't seem to be bad news for our current fiscal year.
And so what we did at mid-year was provide you with an assessment till then and
Right.
let you know that we were at 50% of our expenditures. We'll do the same thing for the third quarter, and then we'll do a year end, which lags behind, essentially.
Right.
But there are no red flags that we can see currently.
Okay. I remember the mid-year budget review, but I'm just asking now anyway, just to make sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, those are all my questions for the moment.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gatto, so going through here, I made a couple of notes. I guess Parks and Rec, being on the council for such a long time, as a council member, I understand that Parks and Rec will never be budget neutral for a simple fact that, we have the library and we have the senior center. We don't charge the seniors any money, and we pay for expenses at the library. So, but I guess my concern is, and I would ask that maybe the Finance Committee look a little deeper on what programs and get a commitment, because invariably, yes, we did go through the pandemic, and as we open up, I am very interested to find out how Parks and Recs, what are their projections. We used to collect upfront, I think, for programs about this time of the year. We had it used to be a one-day event, but I think they changed that. So maybe not to the council, but maybe for the Finance Commission to look into and ask a little deeper on what is occurring with Parks and Rec, so we don't have any surprises, okay? And I guess that is very important to me. The property tax, can you go over that again? Are you stating that you see us are we going to receive more than the 2% increase, or are you expecting a little bit more on that?
Go back to that.
And I think that was page 167 of the report.
Yes, our projection is only on, we factor in 2% increase on non-Prop 8 properties, but we didn't actually know if there's going to be a Prop 8, restoration in City of Kirklees. So we probably, if there is a restoration value in the city, we're probably going to see more than 2%.
Are you trying to say that there might be homeowners that might be using the pandemic to maybe lower their property tax because they feel that their values went down?
No, the Prop 8 reduction between 2008 and 2012, that the assessed value was lowered by the assessor's office, and now they're going back and restore those value. It takes 2 years for them to do that.
It's been going on for quite a while, so I'm actually surprised. I mean, I remember.
So I didn't put that in the projection.
A lot of my friends saying, "Man, my tax went up a bunch," and it was a lot of people in the Promenade, I think, and in Victoria by the Bay. So okay, and then you stated that you're projecting a 7% increase in expenditures for the 22-23, and that's the next page on 168.
Yes, that's overall expenditure increase. It includes step increase on salaries, also the higher pension rate.
And then you did show another payment to DOF. Is that our last payment that we owe them? I thought we owed them 1.8.
I believe that's the last payment.
Okay, so that'll be okay. And then, so 750,000 increase. And then I guess my last thing is the stormwater fund. Stormwater fund, we get a certain amount, okay? And I know we hire a firm to take care of that. But I guess my concern is every year I look at this, and it seems like we're allocating or employee cost, to the same tune to the amount of the contract and the money that we're bringing. So that's another issue I would like to see the Finance Commission look at, because it is really hard for me to understand why, okay, we hire a consultant to do the work for the amount of money that we come in, but then our employee cost, management cost and everything is equal to the amount that we received. So we're losing on that every year. So I would like the Finance Commission to also look at that also, okay? So I think that's, the Solid Waste and Recycling Fund, I thought do we have two different funds? Because I thought that was 900 and some odd thousand, and this is showing 750.
No,
I thought that was 932,000.
It's always been accounted for in Fund 291. We don't have a 900 accounts. So this always been the fund number that we're accounting it for.
I'm talking the amount in
the
the
amount,
fund.
I'm sorry.
I thought I saw something recently that was 932,000, and this number here is showing at 750,000. So you can email me back on that, please. Okay?
Right. I think this amount here is correct. Let me get back on the $900,000. I don't know what that.
Can we just ask a question? So I think there was a couple of requests, so before we can all vote on it. So it was Stormwater Fund, and what was the other fund that the council needs to give some direction on?
Solid waste and sorry.
No, it was the one before that one. You asked for the planning commission to look at it.
I asked that the Finance Commission look into the Parks and Recreation Program revenues because over the years, that's always comes up short than the projection. So just so, and it's a new beginning. We're coming out of COVID. So I don't blame anybody for the lost money we had. You know, I mean, that was really hard.
Yeah, it was.
You know, when COVID came, and the reality is that we had to refund $700,000 in fees back because the program stopped. So I just want to make sure that there's no more surprises.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So you want the Finance Commission to look at the fees or the?
Well, the council's going to vote on it first,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay.
yes. But
So
what
it's a
I'm
clarification.
asking for the Finance Commission to
we can
review what programs are coming and what's projections on those. Okay.
We can do that. There's going to be a timing issue. I know we have an upcoming Finance Commission meeting, but obviously they're going to need some time. What we've done is we've made a conservative projection. So we didn't, and you're right, you know, cities always subsidize parks and recreation. It's really a market-driven cost. You just look at what other cities are charging, and if you're too high, people go to other cities. So instead of 100%, instead of saying we're going to 100% of pre-pandemic levels, we're saying 75% as our projection, and we're seeing even now for summers, we're almost getting up to full capacity. So that's the projection we've made. We definitely will take it to the Finance Committee for deeper analysis, but there's going to be a timing issue if the council is attempting to pass the budget before July 1st.
Then I would ask if it can't go to the Finance and bring it back into the council so we can we can talk about it as the budget's being passed.
Okay. Is there any additional analysis that you need? Because like I said, our recommendation is to reduce the revenue projection by 25%.
Okay. And I guess I'm seeing 1.1 million in here, but Parks and Rec was a much higher number prior to
Yes.
COVID.
Yes,
So
exactly.
are we predicting 75% of pre-COVID numbers or
Yes.
75% of the reduced amount? Because I think it was a lot more than $1.1 million. And I said, I'm only bringing this up. I don't expect an answer tonight, okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
I don't want to put anybody pressure on that.
I think we're going back in 1920. In 1920 was a 75% reduction in revenue at the time.
2019 then.
2019, yeah.
So what we're proposing is a 25% reduction in revenue to pre-pandemic levels.
So that's 1920 fiscal year?
Yes.
1920.
Yeah, it's comparable to 1920 level.
2019-20.
2019-20, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then for the mayor, I think I mentioned also the stormwater fund. That's fund number 231. I think that's on page 171.
Yeah, we have Stormwater and Parks and Rec.
Okay, and then I think I also mentioned about the solid waste and recycling fund number 291 on page 172.
What was the question there? Just the 900,000, which we had verified is not 9, it's actually 750, or what was the question on the solid waste?
Well, trying to find out, well, right here, we're reading right here, trash removal from stormwater system. So again, I guess we're allocating money out of this storm. So this is my question. We received $1.77 per household from the Earth Fund. That goes into this, okay? But we also receive franchise fees. That is also part of this. So one of these was a recycling fund that we were receiving to be used only for, okay, I know what it is. We have also received funds from WICMA that are recycling funds that were restricted only for recycling. So I don't see that here, and that's my question, okay? So, and I think the 932,000 is a recycling fund that we have. And those were reserves that were dispersed back to the agencies from recycling. So that is one. And then also the use of money out of this, and have another discussion.
Okay, we can do that.
And of course, according to what the council wishes on that.
So is that in fact from WICMA, or is it from, are we saying they're combined?
We'll evaluate and bring back the correct, unless you know now.
No, I don't know now.
Okay.
We have to go
Yeah,
back.
we'll have to go back and bring that information at the next meeting.
Okay. Anything else, Councilor Rivera?
No, thank you.
All right, any other questions from council? I have a question on lighting and landscape. We're going to discuss that next. But there was a note in one of the reports about Victoria by the Bay. But I think we're struggling here, so I think finance needs to look at lighting and landscape and figure out. I think that this system, I'm concerned, this system is broken a little bit, maybe a lot. So I'd like finance to look at that too. So that's what I'm asking about, is just to see how do we go forward with lighting and landscape. Does this current model work, or do we have to shift to a different model? Because that's a lot. That's a big issue, and we've had this in every district. Councilmember Kelly, let's see.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would say, well, we'll discuss it at landscape and lighting, but, you know, for example, in certain districts, there have been expenses with the landscaping and lighting, things change, you know? I mean, trees grow and all that kind of thing. So one district may be really affected this year when 5 years ago it wasn't. So we can talk about that in landscaping and lighting, but conditions change in each particular zone.
I want to talk about it now, and my issue was just because it's in the same item, right? And my question is just that if we can have them look at to figure out a path forward. Is there a challenge with that?
No,
Looking
not
for a path forward?
no, but I'm just saying,
Okay.
you know, it doesn't always work out perfectly every year because there are unexpected expenses in some zones.
Yes, and
In
it's
some
not-
districts.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not worked out perfectly, I think, in every district now. So I think we may have a systemic problem that we need to look at and try and address.
Mayor Bailey?
I think the council needs to vote whether they want to do it or not, but that's the question, is just to look at, do we need to restructure how we do these? That's the question, because they don't seem to work. We continuously have districts that are negative, which I don't think is helpful to the residents and the level of service they receive.
I think we have some districts, like the one I live in, that's coming out of being negative. It'll take a period of time, but it's working toward it.
Yes, the issue is not to be negative, though, right? That's the issue that I'm raising. I think you're saying you may be saying it's okay. I'm saying that I would like none of the districts to be negative and to have a path that basically keeps us from that place. I do hear you, though. The council needs to vote on it. It's not because I'm dictating it. I'm just asking that be one of the issues that we have finance look at to come up with a solution, or at least recommend a solution. Councilmember Romero.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. I think LLAD has been an issue. I remember Nikki Matsey, the finance director, had set aside where there was a small amount going for every park and stuff like that to build a capital improvement program. And then she left, and then somebody came in, and that went by the wayside. So, you know, we had something. I don't know if it was perfect, but we did have something growing, and I do agree with you. I think it might be good to get a report on where certain zones stand at, and I think that we have sort of addressed that with almost all the zones, but I think it might be good just to get a report on that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think, yes, thank you, Councilmember Romero. My concern is that when we have one of the newest districts is negative, there's a problem. That's what I'm saying. So I think we need to, again, this is not to blame staff or anything. This is just to say that there may be a problem with how we do these. We will have future districts coming up, and we need to figure out if this works before we continue to create this problem. So again, it's a question. Council will be able to say yes or no to it. We can move forward. I think what I heard so far is stormwater fund. We want to have finance look at that. We're going to vote on that in a second. Parks and Rec, that's more of a staff review. of the 25%, is that what I heard? And then solid waste recycling, and then if that money is tied to Wickham or if there's a separate fund for that. Those are the questions that are before us. And then lighting and landscape districts, to review them in general to figure out how we make these work going forward. And there, it was addressed, I think, again, just to repeat, for Victoria by the Bay, I'm asking for them to look at all the districts, or staff and finance look at all the districts.
Right. And we'll go into some detail in the next item, but if I can propose that we go back and do some analysis, and at the mid-year point, potentially come back with some solutions. But it's going to take us a little bit of time to figure it out and figure out a way forward. So if that's acceptable to council, that's what we propose.
So staff would do it as opposed to?
No. Staff with professionals. We're going to need some technical assistance.
Got you, okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, let's just do it formally so we can get the thing done. So Stormwater Fund, want to send it to Finance to do some additional reviews. Anyone opposed to sending it to Finance? Make it easier. No, okay, so that will go Parks and Recs. We got that information. Anybody have problems with reviewing Park and Rec? This is the 25% reduction from fiscal year 1920, and we were looking for specifically?
I just want an assurance that we're not going to miss the number.
Okay.
It is devastating at the end of the budget when you find out that you're 600,000 short instead of 110, 120.
Okay. So just make sure we're on target for our projection.
Yes.
Okay. And then solid wastewater recycling, WICMA, this is more of a staff just verifying that we have, which I don't think requires, you can ask staff.
That's
for that.
correct.
Okay. You think staff can do it on their own? And then the last one is lighting and landscape. Look at the entire, which I think staff is agreeing to, but is council okay with that? Looking at lighting and landscape,
Yes.
all the districts?
Yes.
I'm okay with that, but not doing it right now. I mean, it's going to take some analysis. So if it's partway through this next year with professionals, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yes, I think what we heard was mid-year review.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we got that done. We have any other questions or comments before we answer some questions for staff specifically? No, okay, so there's some questions in the slide. I think it's page 11, or 10 and 11. Yep. So staff made some proposals, and we're looking for some information back from us. Can we put slide number?
We're getting that right now.
Thank you. So the first question, while staff is grabbing it for us, dealt with ARPA, I believe. And the question was, does the City Council desire to set aside ARPA funding for one-time nonprofit grants? And if so, how much funding should be set aside? There was mention of sort of a template use from Concord, I think it was.
And Mr. Mayor?
I have it 10 in the, yes.
So is this what staff was recommending for the business grants, the 150 and the 50?
So partly, but this has to do with, there's been some discussion about our response to social issues that are beyond economic issues. And so the subcommittee addressed the economic issues. We've already decided we're going in that direction. We're just asking you for how much do we want to put into each of those programs. We have not decided whether we want to do some type of grant program for social programs. We're asking you, do you want to do that? And if you do, how much ARPA money should we put aside?
So, Mr. City Manager, on slide 6, it has the Business Assistance Program and the Business Rental Assistance Grant. So we've decided on that, is that correct?
We've decided on
those.
establishing those, and those dollar amounts are for the administration of those programs. You still have to put money to actually give to the businesses. And we're asking you how much money, ARPA money, should we allocate to that?
Okay, and that's your question on slide 10, number 1.
Correct. I think it's slide 10. Yes. And this is specifically not for the, this is for, did we do a separate one? Okay. Right. Okay. So these are all of the ARPA questions. I apologize, but The questions are identified in the staff report. So do you want to set aside money for social programs from ARPA? If so, how much? We've already established the business grant program and the business assistance program. How much ARPA money do you want to put into the pots for people to access?
So when you say social programs, do you mean those two programs?
No. What I mean beyond those, there's been some discussion at the council level about housing programs, affordable housing, food programs, assistance to renters. And so staff is just trying to crystallize that. And if council has no interest in doing that, then we move to the next.
Repeat, 'cause I thought I heard two different things. I think you said it the same way twice, but I heard two different things. We have already established the ability to do these programs, specifically the business program we talked about last meeting. We need to fund that program now, though. So how much money do we want to put into the business program and to the?
So there's the business grant program, and then there's the business rental assistance program.
Just funding it.
That the council approved at the last meeting. We need to fund those. And we're recommending that they come, one time through ARPA. How much is that?
So we're and we're putting the money into to be able to be used, but we have this administrative third party that's going to help us analyze and assess they're going to make recommendations on how the program should work, and then John Cole will send them the grant application, and they would then apply.
If I may, we already approved that contract with HDL that will help us with the business assistance program and the rental assistance program. We're just seeking council's direction of how much do you want to put into those programs.
Just
right now,
funding the programs.
Yeah, we have a placeholder dollars there, $50,000 and $150,000. If you want more, that will be your direction to the staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from council on this one?
Yes,
Councilmember Romero.
I would actually, if we're going to put placeholders, I think it's really important that we try to reestablish our small businesses in Hercules. And so I think the 50,000 might be light. I would like to go with 100,000 and maybe even higher if it's successful. The housing, to put a placeholder on there, I guess my concern is the who administrates the housing. What is that cost going to be? My fear is that the money that we set aside might be eaten up by the administration of allocating the money. And so that is a real hard thing to put an amount. I would be okay with 100,000 on that, but the concern is just I don't want administration to take 50% of what we're allocating, and we only have 50%, $50,000 for assistance.
That's what happens in a lot of our funds, though. That's just
well,
the way.
I understand that, but I mean, I'd rather see it in writing. But I understand we're trying to put a placeholder. So, and that what you're saying is sort of a little disconcerting. That's what happens.
Yeah,
okay.
But look at the numbers.
So,
that's what it shows.
Okay, so but I guess that's the main concern. And so I understand. And then on top of it, I also want to know, what is the federal government doing? What is the state? And what is the county doing? And then what would this actually help after those three big money entities that are helping? What are we doing? And so, thank you.
So I think I heard as one proposal, because we're going to listen to other people, 100, I think is what the number was at the top on both sides. The question was administration. So this is part of, just to clarify, the current contract we have with the company that's going to be managing this, or is this an add-on? The social.
This is so there are two things. This is kind of confusing. So we're asking about
the funding
for
Understood.
ARPA programs. We have the business assistance grants. We have the business rental assistance grants. And then if you want to establish a social program, grant program, we can do that as well. You've already established the two for businesses.
Okay,
Right, you already established the 2 for businesses. What you haven't done is funded the programs, the money we're going to give away to the businesses. You haven't set that yet.
Okay. Okay, so we got one, do you have a recommendation on the third part? So we got 100, just as one?
Okay, so 100, and I guess not knowing what the administrative fees, I would say 100, and if it's, the administration's going to cost a huge amount of that.
So
then
I
maybe
one a point. So what you approved at the last meeting as well is HDL to do the administration. So that's covered essentially for all of the programs. That was with the amendment.
HDL can do housing assistance?
So business assistance. So what you approved was business assistance.
And the card programs.
And rental assistance. And the YIFTI program, right?
Yeah.
And so what you approved is you approved to fund the YIFTI program, and you approved an extension of the contract with the HDL to do the management of rental assistance, YIFTI, and any type of business assistance program. So it's not on top of. It will be essentially what level do you want to fund those programs?
Okay, so yeah, but then there's that other part about the social program that would be for in that we.
Social program is
okay,
separate.
okay.
So
I think I got it. So,
Yeah.
Councilmember Grimsley, any comments? I'm just going to go down the line here.
Okay, so, all right. For social programs, in addition to the business program, business assistance and business rental programs, you're asking for a dollar amount to be approved, or to be agreed upon by the city council for people to apply for grants to implement whatever those social programs might be. Essentially.
Correct. And before that, in addition to that, I don't know that council has said, yes, establish a social program. You haven't given us the authority to do that. So we're asking, if you do want to do that, tell us yes, and then allocate an amount.
Okay, so I agree with something that Councilmember Romero said earlier, is like we do need to invest in our small business community. So I think that's very important, that we maintain our existing businesses and help them thrive. I do want to make funds available to community members who who have other needs or desires. I think this ARPA funding, this first installment in particular, is intended for the community. So I'm going to put out a number of 50,000 for community, for other, I'm sorry, I forgot the terminology used, for social programs.
Okay, got that. 50. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Walker Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To echo what Councilwoman Grimsley said, I would support that too, but I would like to raise it to 75,000. Strictly because, yes, obviously we support our small businesses in town, but people still have issues that are outside of those parameters. I mean, we don't know what's taking place in people's households. Can they afford food? Can they do a whole bunch of other things? Yes, a lot of people are returning back to the workplace, but not everybody has, and a lot of industries are still being, working from home, or if they haven't returned at all. So I think 75,000 will be a good starting point, and then just kind of letting it be. I don't want to limit people into their situation. I trust Hercules residents enough to make the best decision for themselves.
Councilmember Kelly.
For the social programs, I would agree with Councilmember Grimsley, 50,000, and then let's see how it goes. For business assistance, at least 100,000. I'd even go up to 150 or 200,000, because I think we really want to encourage businesses to grow and expand, and we want to encourage businesses to come here. That's been a big issue. So I mean, I'd even go as high as 200,000.
Okay, so rental assistance 200.
No, not rental. I'm not talking about rental.
What were you talking about?
The business assistance program, not about rental assistance. business assistance, which would,
It's a grant program, just giving.
the grant program, yeah, and that
Okay.
could encourage businesses from the outside to come here. It might encourage businesses here who want to expand a little bit to do so.
I think the rental assistance program would, if I remember correctly, would aid folks who wanted to come over with their new lease, which I think is what you're saying the description is.
I don't understand the distinction then.
Or it could be an existing tenant who's having trouble paying their lease amount.
So it could be used for both. But we talked at the last meeting to make sure I'm on the right page. There was someone, there was a particular company that might be wanting to move into Hercules, and this would help them afford rents at a place that may have higher rents than what they're used to.
Correct.
Okay, so that would all be in that same rental
Yes.
assistance.
And we'll be coming back to you with guidelines. We have to establish policies and guidelines with these programs.
Okay.
So I would be interested in attracting businesses here. So whichever pot, I'd like to increase that.
Okay, so I will just say that I tend to agree on the rental assistance program. It should be about $200,000 because
Okay.
if you're trying to lease it triple net, that goes quick. And then the grant program, I would actually bring it down to $75,000 to test it. We could always add more funds. This is, again, the people's money. This is not, this came from the federal government here.
That's a gift card?
No, that's the grant program where you can just say, I need assistance as a business. And then I would also do, I'd be interested in doing the $75,000 for the personal because we're doing all this for business. And again, this is the people's money. I think what we would like to do is maybe get, what I would ask for if we use those numbers or any numbers is something that just kind of indicates what the cost actually is for that last program because we're kind of going blind into that one. The one for the, what the cost is for administration of the social program. Because we don't know that number, right? We have the other numbers. We've approved those. So I would just ask that. That's my ask. But I did hear a couple things. So I heard 100, 100, 100. I heard, I'm going to use the higher numbers if that's okay, because I think that's where we ended up. I
And
heard
Mr. Mayor, could you just say which program, the social, the business assistance, or the business rental, so we understand?
It's a good question. So I guess what we should be looking at is social programs on the lower end is 100 for rental assistance, 100 for grant, and then 50 for social. On the higher end, because there's a little bit of a spectrum here, we had rental assistance at 200,000, grant program, I think I heard 275s and 100. And then for social, I recommended 75. I think that was the higher number for social. So how do we, don't have to use my numbers, but just how do we feel about that? So let's take one at a time. Rental assistance, 200,000. Anyone have a?
For business rental assistant, that would include attracting businesses here.
It would be, yes, and I would, yes.
I'd go for the 200,000, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that's 3, so I think we got that pretty good. Okay, grant program, this is just I need help type of a program, just to simplify that.
Call it business assistant at 75,000?
Yes.
So not to, but it can also be used for business attraction. For instance,
well, I thought that was the rental assistance was for business attraction.
Rent, right?
Okay.
But if a business wanted to have a second location, we could buy a stove, right, with the money, or signage, or help with tenant improvements. That's not rent, but it's assistance. So you could, if the goal is to offer rental assistance for attraction, that's one way, but other businesses might need other types of assistance to actually make it work.
So if we gave you a question, if we gave you, say, 300,000 for both funds, would that work? That would be 300 that could be used for one or the other, but it would combine the two, and then it would let staff work with, and then the administrator work with that. But we have 300,000 in the bank for either or. It kind of solves the kind of. That's a question to council.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would agree with you because I'm having trouble with the distinction. So, we want to encourage businesses to come. There may be some businesses we want to help expand or so forth. So a total of 300,000, I would be okay with that.
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
Can we go to, can we put up slide 6 while we're talking about these?
Slide number 6, I think it was, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I guess I'm okay with the 300,000, but I would like to limit the business assistance at 100,000. I think it's more important for us to try to bring in new businesses or help them with their costs coming in. Yes, I agree to the 300,000 for the whole, but for instance, the business assistance, if that pegged at 100,000, then it comes back to council to talk about it. Because I thought the whole idea was to try to bring in more new business. And then part of that discussion also, should it be, why are we charging, if we want to assist, why would we charge a fee for somebody putting in a sign?
Well, that's
but I mean
Sorry, say that again.
A sign.
Somebody's put a business sign's coming in. Should that be also part of the process or the discussion by the council? Would we waive fees?
That can definitely be part of the discussion.
But
Like
I know it's not for tonight, but
Yeah.
Is that something we should think about, a 1 or 2 year fee waiver on certain businesses that are coming in? So, but that's only complicates what we're talking about. So
Okay.
I do agree with the 300,000.
So I'm going to try and focus this in here if I can. So we've got 300, Councilmember Grimsley had us pull up the slide, which shows business assistance program, business rental assistance grants. Knowing that's in there, I did hear the one comment about limiting it, but I didn't hear a second type of emotion on that, or discussion point. So I think it's not at this point, but we can ask staff to let us know when they hit a number.
Okay.
We just ask for that, right? A report out when we get to 100,000 or something. Okay, so we have that. Hearing no concerns.
I said okay to 300,000. I think you brought it up.
And Councilmember Kelly.
Okay, and then Vice Mayor and
You okay with that?
Councilmember
This is for the businesses.
Okay.
Okay, so 300, okay. And then the last item is social. We talked about 75. I do have some concerns with that number only because the administrative cost is going to be in there. Go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
Okay, I was just going to share that, and I was going to, the Councilmember Grimsley.
Again, it was kind of an unknown, so it's hard to talk, it's harder to talk about this one because it's an unknown. Yeah, the social programs.
I should turn my microphone on. I was okay with the 75,000, but I hear your concerns, Mayor Bailey, and if the lower number of 50,000 was what I said originally, so I'm going to stick with my 50,000.
Okay, and I'll go with the 50,000 also.
Okay.
I guess I'm outnumbered, but I'm staying with my 75. It just recently I had a lady email me asking about assistance with childcare, and we had a lady earlier today mention about the cost of having her husband in extended medical care. So I think that the more that we can do, and just the more that we can expand that pool, I think it's going to be all the more better. Again, I trust Hercules residents to decide what's going to be best for them, but I do think that prioritizing just a little bit more the unknown interests that we may not be aware of that Hercules residents are facing day to day, I think should be noted.
I'll go with the 50 and with the caveat that we might come back in the future and take a look at it.
Okay, and so I think that 50 carries. I think that's good there. And then just to repeat on the first one, it's 300,000. When we hit 100, it'll just get us a notice that we hit 100. If we do that, we don't need to have another meeting necessarily to discuss just notify us that we've hit it. And then if a council member wants to bring up an issue at that point, they can. Okay, that sounds about right. All right. I'm sorry. This is the so this is the first one. So the rental assistance / grant program was 300. Councilmember for both programs. Councilmember, Romero asked that when it gets 100, if we can be notified. We don't need like a formal agenda packet on it, but if you can just let us know you've hit that number. If someone wants to raise it again at that point, they can do so.
Okay.
Okay.
So 2 programs, 1 pot of 300,000.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Okay.
And we already allocated for business.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And again, just for the public, because that was a long conversation, this is ARPA funding, so this is not allocating general funds per se.
And the second question was related to the reserve policy.
Yes. From 16% to 25%.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thought we sort of had a policy to always shoot for 25%.
That may.
Well, the policy is 16.99% at this point, or 2 months of reserve. We have not formally adopted 25%.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah,
It was always kind of a goal, but never
It's a-
formally adopted. I'd be fine with 25% as,
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Oh, that's fine with me.
Okay. Councilman Romero?
I'm sort of concerned about, I guess, as I talked to Mr. Hall about this, it's always a number, but the reality is that we always top every year, because every year the budget grows and we top. And so I was hoping, to start off with the operating reserve, where we already have a reserve. I was hoping we could talk about the OPEB and the other ones, because what happens with council is we make these commitments, and then during the budget, the staff comes in with their commitments, and every year the council's scrambling to find funding for the programs that we want to do. And so here we are now taking more of that pot of money and putting into things that we've already established that we're healthy in our reserves. And I just don't want us to get in that point where, oh yeah, we committed to this, and it goes automatically, so we never get to see it in the budget process. And then when it comes down to staff has brought in their items that they want, and there's no extra money for the council to spend on council wish list, okay? Staff gets a wish list, council never gets one, we have to scramble for money, and that has always been a concern, and now we're just taking more of that pot. And I don't want to, I understand what City Manager Hall's doing, but, and it sounds good, but the reality is that we're always topping off. And to go to 25% means how much of that extra money is going to go into this pot to go up higher. And then once we reach that, then the next year or mid-year, we always top off once we know our actuals. So it is a complicated discussion. And although it's a simple number to peg, it becomes even more complicated as we stop growing with funds.
And so if I can comment on that, what we're hoping here is that, it's our recommendations. We want to incorporate council's wants in the process. So we should be talking about funding categories. A lot of the requests that council brings up, it's a capital project. The council has the ability to move forward capital projects anytime they want. I think what the practice has been in the past was whenever we had surplus or other sources of funds, there would be kind of these decision packages. What that did was, yes, it provided the opportunity for people to talk about the projects that were important to them. What we're proposing is we understand that we're going to have a lot of investment to do related to infrastructure. We're doing an assessment and a plan that will identify the highest priority repairs or improvements we need to do and a cost. We're able to kind of take a look at the universe of that and be able to figure out which are the most important, right? That doesn't preclude the city council from moving projects ahead of that list, but I think in terms of just financial planning, knowing what the universe of expenditures we're going to need to make is a useful piece of information. So that's all we're trying to do. We're not trying to limit council's ability to get projects done. We just feel that it should be incorporated into the rest of the project and the rest of the projects, and council always has the ability to move projects ahead.
Okay. Councilman Williams.
Thank you. So my position on this is yes to the increase. Only because I have a family that lives on a budget, and the more money I have in savings, the more secure I feel. And I think with our strategic planning, long-term planning, we have to, just like I do with my family, we may want to take a trip to Disneyland this year, but we may not be able to afford to go to Disneyland this year. So we plan it for 2023 or 2024, and it's on the plan, but it's just not being funded this year, So I think it's smart to have more than less in our reserve, and so I'm in agreement with that.
Okay. I think we had 3 in favor, so we're okay with that. Long-term capital improvement project funding. Does the City Council agree that a funding model be employed that proactively funds long-term capital improvement projects from existing resources and operating transfers into capital improvement reserves? I think we discussed this last meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so.
And if council agrees to that policy, what that means is, once we get the assessment, we'll be making a transfer each year for a portion of those expenditures for capital projects. Right now, we just do kind of a pay-as-you-go, and it fluctuates every year. We're looking for whatever's that affordable level of investment each year that we can count on.
Okay. Correct. Councilmember Grimsley? You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Romero?
I'm okay.
Yep. Vice Mayor?
Yep.
Councilmember Kelly?
I'm sorry, Mayor, our finance director.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if we want to.
I'm sorry, Mayor, our finance director just had.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Just need a clarification on that. There's a general fund surplus that when, yeah, I know. But on the long-range financial planning, do you want to set aside general fund money to fund that particular program?
Do you want to set aside?
As part of the budget?
So repeat the question. Do you want to set aside general fund money?
To fund, to start allocating to that program.
This
We're
is
not,
the
we're not
question.
yet
This was
on
the
the
question we
general fund
discussed last week.
surplus. This is on top of the general
Okay.
fund surplus.
Yes.
Okay, I thought the last time we discussed this, I thought what coming out of that conversation was that there was going to be some changes in employee allocation or into the fund maintenance, the maintenance fund. There was going to be some changes in that would create this extra money that would end up being spent for this. So
I thought the discussion was around taking our funds and that's
So
what
we're talking about, again, is, and we don't have a specific number because we need to go through the assessment next year and get cost estimates. And then through our financial planning, we can recommend how much investment from the general fund we can do each year. So what we're asking is, do you agree to the policy that we should utilize general fund money to invest into a capital fund? What you're going to get asked late in 2 questions is, if we have leftover money like we had this year, do you want to also allocate a percentage of that surplus to go into the capital fund? We anticipate that there's going to be millions and millions of dollars of investment that we're going to need to do over the next 10, 15 years. And if you agree to that, we can bring that back as a proposal. If there is no surplus, there's nothing that transfers, right? If it's $1 surplus, the fund gets 50%. But we just want to establish the policy that the council would like to make an investment each year into the capital fund to fund whatever is scheduled for that year.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, so Mr. City Manager, if we had a surplus of 500,000, for example, 250 of that would go into the capital fund. Is that what you're saying? And then we'd have a carryover in the regular general fund of 250,000.
Yes, there are a couple of other policy questions we're asking you as well. Do you want to do, Councilmember Romero mentioned our pension liability. Do you want a portion of that surplus to go into paying down pension liability? And the last is, actually, that's it. Oh, and the other, if, for instance, we have not reached the 25% of reserve, do you want that a portion of that surplus to go into topping off the reserve? If we're at 25%, then it does not go into that fund. It just goes back and carries over in the general fund. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, but quite frankly, without seeing some numbers as an example, I'm a little confused. So can you bring this back and just show us some numbers? Just give us some examples with real numbers. It doesn't have to be what we're going to do this year, but I'd just like to see the numbers. It will help me understand it better.
So would it help if we went, City Attorney Chang?
Yeah. Let me raise a procedural issue at this juncture. It is 10:51, and we have two other agenda items. Now, you've adopted a rules of procedure. Rule 3.7 requires that you not take any new items after 11.
Right.
Yet at least one of the remaining items is pretty critical that we get some action on. And I'm not sure we're going to wrap up this item in 9 minutes. So what I would suggest we do is table this current discussion, introduce the next item, which is landscape lighting and assessment, and either, talk that through to completion and return to this one, or, do the reverse.
Or we can bring it back with the additional analysis that council requested at the next meeting.
For this item?
Yes.
I would suggest you bring this back and we go to landscaping and lighting before we hit 11.
If that's the will of the council.
Now, have we had public comment on this item?
We have not.
Okay. I think we probably have time for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Looking to our attendees tonight, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. William Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, you can take off. Okay.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned, everything I'm hearing. I don't know if you guys have ever done like a bathroom renovation or a kitchen renovation, but they're about $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 probably in our neighborhood with the houses. The numbers you guys are throwing around for social programs and business help and so forth, they're not going to really do any good. I don't know what you're thinking in terms of these microloans, like $1,000 per person. I think you'd just be better off spending the money, hiring someone to focus on getting business grants for businesses and attracting business here full-time as a position, and someone that can help the local population also, navigate those kind of social programs that are out there. Why duplicate effort in that regard? Having a proper grant writer can bring in tens of millions of dollars into a community where we don't even have to raise taxes. And this is already stuff that we pay federal taxes on and state taxes. So I'm just kind of astounded that that really hasn't come up, and really what you're doing is not really effective. And at the end of the day, you're going to spend more time administering than you're actually going to be able to give help to people. The other thing is, too, we went really a long time without public comments, so I got to list things, so I hope I get a little bit more than 3 minutes. The other thing is, too, with regard to the police department, it's sworn officers versus people that are administration. And while the numbers may work out that we're one per however many thousands of people, I think if you break it down to sworn officers, we're totally inadequate. So I think, some distinction needs to be made there. I think the whole aspect of what we've been wrestling with here tonight is very similar to the issue that I saw in Hercules Rodeo Fire District. The fact of the matter, there's no strategic plan, or the strategic plan that's in place isn't being followed or isn't up to date. But I would expect, having worked in business and looked at a lot of these things, is that, there's a business plan, there's a plan, And that plan is basically presented and done in bits and pieces to people and validated. We all can't make all the meetings that you guys are in, but we would like to benefit and see your process for doing all of this and show us at the end, kind of the road that you took to get to where you are and the decisions that you came to, so that we can all say, yeah, that makes sense. We understand that. I don't see that here, and it's completely needed. And with all these professional managers that we have, and there's probably about $1 million worth of payroll sitting on the dais right there, it astounds me that we haven't figured that out. So it's late here. I'm on the East Coast traveling, and so it's about 2 o'clock in the morning. So I apologize for my lack of filter and
Thank you.
abrupt.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Okay, we're gonna, I guess, well, there's another speaker, but we need to go to the other item and come back. So I think we see Ms. Little. Well, we will be with you in just a second. I think we're going to do is table this. I guess do we need a motion to table, or is it just, we can just table it?
Yeah, make a motion, please.
Okay, so we need a motion to table, and then we'll come back and get Ms. Little's comments, but we need to get to their item so we can.
I motion that we table this item.
Okay.
Second that?
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so next item on the agenda is 22159, which is Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District, approval of a preliminary engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2022-2023. And I guess we can table this and then go back to the other item. Is that how that?
Normally, you would hear this item to its conclusion and go back, but
I still want to leave one person waiting that facilitated this. So
okay, well, we can suspend discussion of this and
Okay.
hear the public speaker for the last item.
Motion, we
That'll
table
work.
this item.
Okay, so a motion to table this item. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. With that, we're going to go back to the previous item, and I think we have a public speaker, which is Ms. Little.
Tanya Little, go ahead.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you all for being very nice and welcoming to us as we speak in the public. Councilmember Romero, thank you for reading my social media posts regarding a set amount. My interpretation, I guess I didn't word it quite properly, but my post, I intended to say that the RPTP may allow us to set aside general funds towards passing through to the fire district, since they haven't been passed through for more than 10 years. I understand that the goal is to set the course for financial stability with the increase of revenues. I believe increasing revenues from 2 months to 3 months is reasonable. Incrementally is always good. Section G.3 for the DIF fees rightly shows zero revenue in the fire district, since commercial development of the fire station is more than 30 years old, and unless I'm understanding what that point was meant to be. And I don't understand why it is listed there for this very reason. And since the emergency fire service response for 911 calls in the city, the fire department does respond to those too. I'm just confused as to why the city doesn't set aside any pass-through monies from the general fund to support response to the 911 calls in Hercules. And with regards to the grants for social programs, many cities and counties and utility companies have special programs for small businesses and disabled veteran business enterprise programs for that very fact. So I'm really happy to see that the city is looking into how to support our small businesses, which are considered local, and many of them are minority and women-owned businesses in this troubling times. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Okay, so on a table.
Well, if I might, I want to make sure that staff got adequate direction on this item, the proposed general fund budget.
We did.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so with that, we're going to go back. I guess we have to table this again, because we're going to, or do you have to table it, or just this discussion item? We just leave it where it is and.
You're going to continue it.
So this item about the budget, it's a discussion, right? And you were just providing us direction. What we'll bring back is something clarifying things, and then the actual proposal for the budget.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go back to the item that we tabled, which is Landscape and Lighting District, Assessment Districts. This is approval of preliminary engineer's report declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect taxes for fiscal year 22-23. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Roberts, Public Works Director, City Engineer. So this item here before you is the second of the three-step process Council follows typically each year to levy landscaping and lighting assessments for the coming fiscal year, in this case, year 22-23. So Council completed the first step on April 26 by ordering the preparation of the preliminary engineer's reports, initiating the process. The recommended action tonight, which is the second step, would be for Council to approve the preliminary engineer's reports, and of course this could include any additions or changes that Council desires, along with scheduling a public hearing on June 28th, which would be the third step. And in addition to the public hearing on June 28th, Council would approve the final engineer's reports and then order the county assessor to levy the assessments for next fiscal year. There's 5 established landscaping and lighting districts in the city of Hercules. They encompass the entire city. All 8,000 plus parcels are in a lighting and landscaping assessment district. Collectively, they're projected to generate approximately $3.1 million in revenue that will go towards well-maintained, attractive landscaping and serviceable street lighting along public streets, as well as fire breaks and open space, the upkeep of playgrounds, fields, park furniture, tennis courts, graffiti abatement, water features, trails, and also picking up litter throughout town. So over these last few years, there's been some financial threats to the lighting and landscaping districts that have emerged. The first are increasing water rates by East Bay Municipal Utility District. From fiscal year 2017 to 2018 to today, their rates have increased 40%. Coupled with that, there's been an extreme drought over the last 2 years. So the city's not able to scale back on water consumption without keeping the landscaping alive and healthy. So as a consequence, water costs have increased dramatically in the lighting and landscaping districts, especially those that have turf in the planter strip between the curb and gutter and the sidewalk, because turf has a very high water demand. Additionally, it's difficult to irrigate given its shape. So the second financial threat that's emerged are the trees in the new urbanist developments, so that's north of I-80. They've matured, gotten both higher and wider, such that they now need to be pruned regularly by contract tree trimming companies. So this is new additional work beyond the scope of the current landscaping contract, so it's an additional lighting and landscaping assessment district cost. Victoria by the Bay, as was previously mentioned, has been most impacted by these increases in costs and has been pushed into a deficit. So staff will be happy to work with an outside party to see not only evaluate Victoria by the Bay, but the lighting and landscaping district as a whole, and would intend then to bring back a report early next fiscal year in order to provide an opportunity to plan for any needed rate adjustments in fiscal year 2023-2024. Additionally, at that time, year-end costs for this fiscal year 2021-22 will be known and evaluated. Given these additional costs, staff is recommending assessments in all districts be raised by the full consumer price index amount of 5.19% for this coming fiscal year 22-23. This concludes my staff report. With me tonight is Ed Espinoza from Francisco & Associates, their lighting and landscaping assessment district specialists. We and staff would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council or comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the watering has for years always been an issue, and you know, we've been told, oh well, you know, we got to water it daily and we got to water it for 20 minutes, and at one point or another, we're entering a drought. So, what is staff's recommendation on reducing the water in some of the green belts that we've been maintaining?
We've been in contact with East Bay Mud. In fact, we had an hour-long meeting with them yesterday. They do offer rebates. Some of the issues are, one, our controllers are outdated, so there's now controllers that are tied in through the web through weather systems, and they're actively managed. Additionally, the sprinkler systems we use are also outdated. They have a rebate to update them. Third of all, the turf in the planter strips, I think, are the major water consumer. So, for example, Victoria by the Bay, we have grass planter strips in front of approximately 800 homes. Similar situation in Baywood and Promenade. In talking to East Bay Mud, they have alternatives to turf that we could look at using. Of course, there'll be a capital cost for all of this. Previously, on the last drought, we cut back severely on water. We actually lost a lot of plant life, including redwood trees in the business park. We did get a lot of complaints from residents. Obviously, Victoria by the Bay probably has the highest valued houses, and it's the biggest investment of residents here in Hercules. And I think their desire is going to be to see the turf and vegetation remain healthy and green to protect their investment. So we've cut down the watering almost to the extent we can with the equipment we have and with the landscaping material.
Okay, so as a consumer and as a council person, we're running with a budget. And so when do we enter into conversation with homeowners in Victoria by the Bay that maybe we need to turn some of those green belts in front of their house into tan bark or rock, pebbles, anything to cut back on the water? I think a lot of people will understand that because where are we at right now with water use? So, I understand we want to maintain, but as we learned last year with a lot of emails from different residents, that one little green belt by the pavilion at the top of the stairs, all those trees are in bad shape, first of all, and have gone under the fence and uprooting people's backyards. So, so that's part of the deficit. But the other part is there are things that we might be able to do, and I know it's a cost, but that discussion needs to happen and happen really quickly with the residents. And we need to start tearing out some of that grass and start replacing it with drought-resistant landscaping.
I was gonna, I went down the line already, but go ahead.
Oh, I just want to echo what Councilmember Romero is saying. And in those parkway strips, you could take out the turf. You might put in a few stepping stones in there, and you could put Myoporum or you could put Diamondia in there. I use those kinds of plants as ground covers in my backyard. You can't really walk on it, but if you put some stepping stones here and there, it still looks green, it looks nice, and it looks better than tan bark.
I think we've talked about this for years. I've come here and stood over there and talked about it. I think these are anecdotal things that don't solve the problem. How are we going to pay to put this new stuff in, and how are we going to get the gardener to do it? Just mowing the grass is a challenge for the gardeners, right? So now they have this other stuff they have to maintain because it's going to grow. I do understand that Contra Costa College has some beautiful drought-resistant landscaping, and their gardeners actually maintain it. But we don't have that. We don't have money because I don't believe this is sustainable. And I'm not pointing at you because I think it's your fault. But we don't have money in the funds to actually go out and change this out. This is the larger problem, right? So we could dig all the grass out at a cost, but who pays for it? Because the district's $200,000 in the hole. And then we could plant some new stuff, and who pays for that, right? Council made decisions before about drought resistant in Village Parkway. Everything died. Village Parkway residents, not everything, many things died. Village Parkway residents went ahead and agreed to raise their fees, but the dead stuff is still there, right? So this is the sustainability issue that we have to talk about the whole thing, not just temporary solutions to stuff. This is, I think, talk about millions of dollars. You try re-landscaping half the city, right? And then we talk about we could do some sprinkler head stuff, but that has costs, right? And then there's no money in the, so a lot of this talk is just talk. I know the members of the public are probably tired. We're probably a bit tired. What I would say is that for me, I would be okay raising this 3%. I think a trick that we've used in the past is to raise it for the full amount, but only increase the amount by 3%. That gives staff to come up with a plan, because I think we need a plan. And digging out all the grass, again, no disrespect for the comment, but it sounds like the idea, or me saying change the sprinkler heads sounds like a good idea. I don't think those are actual solutions. Staff needs to go do the work, figure out what we need to do, and then make a recommendation back to us. But I don't think this is something we're going to solve with drought-resistant shrubs or tan bark or granite, crushed granite, or whatever we have to say. So I think that's the whole issue, if I could discuss it overall. So again, my recommendation is we do the 5 point whatever, but we only raise it 3% for all the districts. Baywood has another issue, again, part of the drought problem. So we have to kind of address that, and then we come back in 6 months and have that conversation. That's my recommendation. I'll let other council members talk about it.
Well, so if we're going to do 5.19, we do 5.19. It's very confusing to say, oh, we're going to do 5.19%, but we're only going to charge 3. Then just do the 5.19%, and we go from there. I do agree we come back and have a larger discussion about this, but I'm not really open to saying, oh, we're going to do 5.19%, but we're only going to build 3%. That doesn't get us anywhere.
It's a valid point. I would say 3% then. I said 5.19 because we've done that before, where we've done it higher. We've done it for Baywood, for example, but I hear you. My recommendation then is 3% flat. Councilmember Kelly.
I'd go with the suggested 5.19%.
Okay. Councilmember Grimsley?
I'm fine with the 3%.
Vice Mayor.
3% is fine with me.
Okay. So we have 3% across all districts. Do we need to go to each resolution one by one? Probably should do that. And then we can move forward with that. So there are several resolutions associated with this. The first one is the
Mr.
resolution
Mayor?
for, yes?
I think this is for Hercules Village, is this correct?
That is correct.
So I'd like to make a motion that we pass the resolution of the City Council of the City of Hercules for preliminary approval of the engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2022-23 for the Hercules Village Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District number 2002-2 pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972.
Mayor Bailey, before we get a second.
Public comment.
Yes.
I apologize. Thank you.
Looking to our Zoom attendees tonight, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use your raise hand icon or dial *9 if you are dialing from your telephone. That will end public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Kelly. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Second by Grimsley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Next one is for the Bayside Landscaping District. Again, this is at 3%. May we have a motion, please?
Mayor Bailey?
Councilmember Grimsley.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hercules for preliminary approval of the engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 22-23 for the Bayside Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District number 2005-1 pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972.
Okay, motion by Grimsley. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Mayor Walker Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. This is Baywood. To remember, we do have a different number for Baywood, which is not going to be quite 3%. There were two numbers in the agenda packet. There are always two numbers in the agenda packet for Baywood. Which one is the actual number? There's an 18 and a 19 in the agenda
The
report.
1950-ish off memory.
Okay. Let me go back and grab that number. Stand by. $1946. Baywood has a tree issue. There was a loan given from the general fund, and we're trying to address that with this increase.
So, Mr. Mayor, so in the resolution, would we include the $19.46?
I just wanted us to know what we were voting on because it was two in the.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. But I don't see the amount.
I don't think the amount's in any of them. I'm aware of. I just wanted us to know that there's two numbers there, and
So is the number, is it 5.19%, or was it an agreed upon according to the loan?
it's agreed upon number.
Yes,
actually
I'm
5%, I
calculating what 3% would be as we speak here. One moment.
Mr. Mayor, can we just,
Back to that one?
no, can we just say that we're increasing it $19.46?
It would be, pardon me, it would be $1,905.
Thank you, Councilmember Romero.
So you want to add that amount at the end?
I think none of them have it, so I'm okay with just carrying. I just want us to all know what number we were using, right? So I'm seeing a nod from the city manager, so we should be okay with that. So,
Okay,
do you have a
then
motion?
I would motion that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hercules for preliminary approval of the engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect assessments for the fiscal year 22-23 for the Baywood Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District, number 2004-1, pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Assessment Act of 1972.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Romero, seconded by Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Next, Lighting Landscape District is, I'm looking for the name.
Bayside.
Bayside, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we pass a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hercules for preliminary approval of the engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2022-23 for the Bayside Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District number 2005-1 pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972.
Second motion.
Okay, so motion by Kelly, seconded by Romero. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Are we to 83-2
We are.
or Victoria? I thought we done.
We did, mine are in opposite order for some reason, but yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hercules for the preliminary approval of the engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intention to levy and collect assessments for the fiscal year 2022-23 for the City of Hercules Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District number 83-2 pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Assessment Act of 1972.
Okay, motion by Romero,
I second the motion.
second by Grimsley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. All right, next one's Victoria by the Bay. We have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we pass a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hercules for preliminary approval of the engineer's report and declaring the City Council's intentions to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2022-23 for the Victoria by the Bay Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District number 2002-1 pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972.
Okay, motion by Kelly. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Walker Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 5-0. I think think that was the last one of those.
There is one more item on the agenda, but
Yes.
we can carry that over to the next meeting. That is the discussion regarding Juneteenth commemoration and administrative requirements for display of the Pan-African flag.
Thank you. And just for those that may have been waiting, can you tell us why we cannot discuss that item just in a few sentences?
So pursuant to the council's adopted rules, new items cannot be heard after 11 p.m. And any further discussion after 11 p.m. is limited to future agenda items. So you can still discuss future agenda items at this juncture.
And I did hear you, just to confirm, because I keep forgetting this, public comment, we don't have to address the last public communication?
You should take public comment, yes.
Okay. If there's any additional public communication, actually, I'll turn it over to our city clerk, and she can do the speech.
Just checking in with our attendees tonight. If you'd like to make a public comment at this time, please use your raise hand icon or dial *9.
Don't have anything to carry forward, right?
Thank you. That will end public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I think we just can adjourn is what the process is, right? So the next regular scheduled meeting is at...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you want to see if there are any future agenda items?
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
just wanted to ask if we could do a proclamation for Philippine Independence Day, first
next
meeting
month,
in
right?
June.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to...
It was already on the list, but yes.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
I have them kind of pre-lined up. At least I did with Lori, so we
Thank you
got
very
them
much.
good. Yeah.
Okay.
I only missed one that I was supposed to get. Yep, that was the one.
Mayor Bailey, we've received a few requests from our school board trustee, Jamila Smith Foles, to attend a city council meetings report out on our 5 schools in the city of Hercules. I would like to request that we place her on a future agenda for our upcoming meeting or one of the meetings in June.
And I'll just say quickly, she's invited to come. I did reach out to her, so she can speak anytime during public comment. She agreed to once a quarter. I don't mean to speak of her like she's not, but we talked about once a quarter. Did you want something more specific than that? I did remind her that we did it the first quarter, and we're in the second quarter. But if you want something more specific, I can work on that for you.
I think she'd like to make a presentation.
Okay. All right, I think I can add that because we've already had that conversation. So I'll just add it. We don't think we have to.
Can you look at the schedule, because we just added one item. I mean, I don't want to add on to staff, and we got budget coming up, and we're pretty loaded. I would be okay with the trustee coming in first meeting in July, if that would be okay, so that we could try to operate the meetings and get through, so we don't have staff here past 11 o'clock. So.
Yeah, that's our intent. I think, though, we had talked about actually, I spoke here about once a quarter, so July would be after the quarter. So we can do it in June. We'll do something brief. I'll ask her if she wants to do a PowerPoint or if she just wants to just speak at public comment.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I agree with Councilmember Romero. I would prefer July, but if you're committed to having her come, I mean, maybe just like very brief, like 5 to 10 minutes max.
Yeah,
but
I think before
frankly,
she
I would
spoke,
just prefer in July after we get through the budget.
I think last time she spoke for just a few minutes, she went. I think she spoke 2 public. It was 6 minutes. She went through 2 beeps. I had to ask a follow-up question. So
5 minutes, then be okay.
Okay, 5 minutes.
I think most of our presentations are somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes when we have presenters come. I don't think that this has strong bearing on staff time. I could be incorrect. When there are presentations, it only requires an addition to the agenda. So I would like to see it as a presentation. That has been her request to the city council.
I'm okay with the presentation at 5 minutes, and
I think we normally limit the presentation, so that's the issue. So we have a 2-2 vote.
I want to be okay and allow the trustee to come in, but
she's never presented over 10 minutes. I don't know why the assumption is she would, but we didn't limit anyone else who's spoken to us before that I'm aware of.
Okay, and then we need to have a discussion about other 8. Okay. The school board, has been very restrictive on public comment. They don't even allow public members to speak 3 minutes. It was down to 1 minute at one point, and they only allow the public to speak 1 time during the whole meeting. They don't even allow members of the public to speak per item. So it is painful for me to allow the trustee to come in when they haven't even been able to allow the public to speak at their own meetings. But I don't want to be like that. I want to allow her to speak. But until they can change the way they treat the public and the way they communicate, it is really hard to have trustee come in here until they resolve their own issues at their own meetings. But I don't want to be an obstructionist, so I'm okay with her coming in and doing a presentation. But at one point or another, the school district, the trustees are going to have to be more open about their presentations and allow people to speak as freely as we allow them to speak here in this council.
Thank you. So I think that ends up being 3. We'll work with her on that. I can reach out to her. It's just something simple. I think with that, that will end our, I will close the meeting, adjourn the meeting. And our next scheduled meeting is, somebody can yell it out to me, our next scheduled meeting, I just closed my agenda, I apologize. May 24th at 7 o'clock here at City Hall. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
Recording stopped.